Hey, hey, hey. Mm. Can y'all hear me good? Let's start there first. I got my son gaming headphones on to help me with the sound today. Y'all let me know if you can hear me before we get started. Thankful says yes, so that is great. Happy Sunday, you ladies, guys, bush watchers, whoever's here at the moment. Happy Sunday. Let's see who we got in the chat. Hey, Kuana Peachy. Hey, Thankful. Miss Erica J. Hey. Ray of Sunshine. Hey. Miss Q says happy Sunday. All right, we got a few people here. Let me pull this up on my phone so I can make sure everything going smoothly. I don't know if y'all can hear all that background noise, but my headphones. I need my headphones. All right, y'all. So y'all can see by the thumbnail what we're going to be discussing today. Hey, poor. Hey, Q. Thank you so much. We kicking this live off with a 1999 super sticker. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. I even forgot to set my live goal, but thank you, girl. She says you're amazing. I appreciate that. Hey, girl. Hey, girl. All right. I just set a live goal, y'all. So if you guys would like to help me meet that live goal, if you say, hey, baby girl, I think she had her hand up in the screen, but thank you. She said, hey, SD, hey, Tay. Hey, Tay. Hey, T. Okay, so like I was saying, y'all can tell by the thumbnail today what we're going to be discussing. Kenneth did a interview with Miss Parker over on YouTube on her channel. So we are going to dive in to what he said. Now, I always listen to a little bit of the interviews before I stream them, just so I can get an idea where I want to start it at, and then I listen to the rest with you. So a lot of this information is going to be new to me per Kenneth. Okay. So let's get ready to dive into that. Hey, Miss Cynthia. She said, hello. She said, I'm happy to fellowship with you and everyone today. Peace and love. Sending you peace and love too, Miss Cynthia. Thank you for being here. So let me get this pulled up, because I heard that he had a whole lot to talk about. I was over on Miss Parker's live last night, and probably the one before that, just listening in on it. And it was a lot of things that came up in that interview. So probably a lot of questionable things at that. So let me go ahead and play. So I just got up walking. Are there any mods in the chat? Any mods? I think I might need to start adding, giving some people the ranch, the tool. I need some more blues in the chat. Also, if you would like to join the members, become a detective. I also added a sisters member. You want to become a sister, you can also join the members that way as well to earn that badge that you see next to the green members. Shout out to all the green in the chat. Miss Erica J is here. I have a lot of members that don't usually catch me live. But a lot of my members do catch the replay. So shout out to y'all. Shout out to y'all. She said, I'll take one to help out. Okay. So I gotta get that. I gotta get that set up. Let me see if I could do it from my phone really quick. Hey, Desperate. Idris. Yes, because Kuana, you be here quite often. I appreciate you. So I'm going to go ahead and give you one. Welcome, Janice. Thankful says she'll take one. All right. Yes, I need to see some blue in the chat. I need to know y'all got my back or what? You know, I need somebody to keep the roaches out the chat. Although I got it set to subscribers only. You know. Oh, you know what, Miss Erica J? I should have been gave you one anyway, because I like to give definitely the people who are a member on the channel a ranch. I should have been did that. My apologies, love. I just don't usually be on my phone while I'm streaming. I just be looking at the computer screen. So there it is. Who else is here? Simply. Hey, Simply. She says, happy Sunday, everyone. Betty Blessed. She says, hello, everyone. Happy Sunday. Same to you, Miss Betty Boo. You're welcome. Thank you. All right. You know, because some of my mods, you know, I appreciate the mods that I've already had, of course, but sometimes they don't get to catch me live too, especially if it's like, if I don't give like hours notice. I notice that that's what happens. So yeah, it's okay. The more the merrier. All right. Let me get this playing.
Angelique, welcome, guys. So this is Evangelist Kenneth. So
let me know if you guys can hear the video. Just give me a yes really quick. All righty, good.
Evangelist Kenneth came on board. He came to the scenes, a part of the Naziyah Harris story, because Shank Rock was doing his commentary and he was covering some stuff that we haven't covered. So he came across Evangelist Kenneth story, you know, that affiliated him with Naziyah Harris. And yeah, Kristen, I'll check it later, okay? Yeah, so this is Evangelist Kenneth. This is my moderator, Talk with Prince. she connected me and Evangelist Kenneth together. And you know, as we watched when Shankrock did his commentary and stuff like that, we seen that Evangelist Kenneth had videos of Naziyah and stuff like that. So we're gonna get into the who, what, when, wheres, and whys. Welcome, Evangelist Kenneth. How you doing?
I'm doing well.
How you doing? Talk with Prince, my sister, my rider.
I'm doing well today. How y'all doing?
Good. Okay, so Evangelist Kenneth. Whew. So Shankrock came across, he was doing his commentary on the Naziyah story. We've been covering it for a few months now. And he came across, you know, catching some videos of you at a birthday party, you and Naziyah, but we're gonna get into all of that. But kind of first tell us a little bit about yourself, and then how did you get affiliated with the Harris family?
Well, of course, you know,
You cut out. Talk with Prince, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Kenneth, you kind of cut out.
Eight Sleep's brand new. Pod 4 is
Give me a second, guys. Let me let him come through and see if he comes through. Sis, text him and let him know his mic went out.
Okay.
Yes, thank you for that. Thankful. I meant to say for entertainment purposes only, as well as the copyright disclaimer as well, fair use only under section 107. Okay. As you can see down at the bottom of the screen going across as well. Everything I say is alleged and in my opinion. You guys, hold on. Let me grab an ink pen really quick. Okay.
Thank you, Bridget. Thank you. Hey, Nikki Lynn. Miss LB, I see you. Rosalind, I see you. Give them a minute, guys. Hey, Rosemary, what's going on? Hey, Von Sheila. Hey, Miss Moniz. I see through you. I see you, sis. Hey, China Boo, what's going on, Pooh? Let me give him a minute to come back, guys. He might have had a phone call. Oh, tell him hit that link again, sis.
Yep, I'm telling him now. He did have a phone call.
Okay. Hey, sister. Hey, Angelique. Let me give him a minute, guys, to come back up, okay? Thank you, Almighty Strings. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Hey, Robert. Okay, I got you. Hey, Kenneth, you back?
Yeah, I'm back. I don't know. I had gotten a phone call. You hear me?
Yes. It's always like that for some reason.
And it stepped off the mic. But anyway, I met Florentino when I stayed over on Ferris over in Highland Park. We met off BGC. Which is no longer available no more. I think BGC got shut down a couple of years ago for whatever reason. I do not know. But we started talking, and at some point we became a couple. After that, during that time,
can you let everybody know, Kenneth, who Florentino is?
Oh, that's Annette's son.
Okay.
And so we became a couple because I'm LGBTQ. And we became a couple, and we end up living together. I got, in with the family, and we were all friends, and we're still friends. I mean, me and the family are still friends. And so I would always go over there and take Annette out to the grocery store when she had to go shopping, and we did a lot of fun stuff together. As far as just going out. I would crack jokes on different clothes that I seen in the store, and she would be laughing and tell me I was crazy, but cracking jokes on those clothes and things like that. And so just, as time went on, the years started piling up. Now in 2000, I want to say it was 2000, maybe 13, that me and Florentino broke up. We was together about 5 years. And we broke up in 2013. And but even after that, after time, the family and I, we still continue on to communicate and still hang out, and then I ended up having to move to Cincinnati because Detroit was not offering any type.
He must got another phone call, guys. Give me a second. You up here talk with Prince Hill?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, he might got another phone call, guys. Let me give him a minute so you guys can pal in, okay? Lalizzie said, why is everybody always taking her to the grocery store? I just don't want him to kick himself down.
At IHG's Holiday Inn Express, you can guest.
I'm pretty caught up. Make sure I hit that like button and stuff. And if you have a question that you really want to ask,
Hello?
Okay, I'm back. Okay, can you tell us a little bit about your relationship with Florentino? How was it? Was it good? How what type of person was Florentino? Because he has came into the picture a little bit.
You hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
I'm sorry about that. The calls be coming in, and it's like when you know. But anyway, Florentino, for the most part, we had a pretty good relationship. Up until uh, you know, we just didn't set horses with communication. It was always everything ended up an argument, or it was just too much. And so I had called Annette and told her, I said, he's gonna need to come back home with you, and I think we had one last altercation where Annette was over at my apartment, and after that happened, I left and went over to a friend of mine's house, and I stayed away from my apartment for a couple of days. And when I got back, he was gone. So that was a good thing because I really didn't want to fight him because I felt that he was a smaller frame guy. And I felt that because I was bigger, that if I was to hit him, that it might hurt him, and I didn't want to do that. That was never an intention to want to do that to him. Never was. We just didn't set horses, and so sometimes sometimes you meet people and you get relationship with them and you find out that maybe you shouldn't have. Maybe you should have just been friends because the relationship don't work out. So after that, uh, uh, I end up, like I say, I end up moving to Cincinnati in 2000. And when I actually came here in 2014, but I didn't stay. I officially say 2015 because um, that's when I literally just stayed. I didn't. This had became my residence here in Cincinnati. So I still stayed in contact with Annette. She was kind of like an auntie slash mama to me. She knew my mother before my mom passed, and my mom had talked to her and asked her if she would look out for me, even though I'm grown, but mothers, you're never grown to your mother, you're never grown to anybody that care about you, especially if they've been knowing you since you was, a kid or whatever. But nonetheless, this situation with Naziyah, I've been around Naziyah, since she was in the rock in her car seat, um, since she was a baby. And I met her brother. He was 4 years old. Um, so they were both around me from very young ages, and they would come over with me and Florentino, um, and we would go to church. Uh, we would go places. They would be over there, and they just had fun. And sometimes it'd be a weekend, sometimes it would be a week. But then they'd go back home, and you know it was business as usual.
Let
Now,
me
when all the
Can I ask you a
yeah,
question real quick?
sure.
So you were stating that Naziyah and Vari would go to church with you and things like that. But let me ask you a little bit about Annette, because it was one video that you and Annette was leaving a park, and y'all had all the kids in the car, and you was going kind of fast, and Annette really got the cussing and stuff. And we've heard throughout this case, we've seen videos and interviews with Marquita's boyfriend, and he was saying that Annette had an evil side to her. I don't want to make you overstep your boundaries with it or whatever. But he was saying she had an evil side to her, and she's always, they said she always put on this front of holier than thou, and she was cussing a lot. And it's the second video that we've seen her like really cussing. You know what I'm saying, and stuff like that. So how was Annette?
I've definitely heard from the family that Annette, that is who Annette is. Actually, that's lightly how what we've heard her say and how we heard her speak to those children. That's something light. She can really go down through there, is what I've heard.
Well, me and Annette always have our own little conversations and stuff like that. She would tell me about some of the things that that concern her, and we talk about the Bible, and we also talk about life events and stuff like that. Um, and I guess as with anybody, that sometimes we can overstep that, and our mouth can get the best of us. Um, and I mean, I'm not to judge anybody because catch me on the wrong day, you might get cussed out. It's not something I'm proud to talk about, but I'm human. As with anybody, we're human, and we are subject to say things sometimes that we shouldn't say. That's why we have to ask God daily for forgiveness, because nobody is perfect. And so again, yes, sometimes it would give, if you didn't know her, it would give you the perception that there was a mask there. It definitely would do that. I can't hold that one back. However, there was some things that I thought that could have been done a little bit different than how they were. But again,
Can you elaborate on that? Like certain things, like what?
well, I know that Tavarius and Naziyah, they were under a lot of pressure, because when you have a mother who's strung out on drugs, that's a lot of weight for somebody their age to have. First of all, to have to handle anyhow. First and foremost, and then secondly, to have no type of counseling or support on that matter, that kind of made it even worse. And I think the last thing I would be thinking about is a clean house when my life is going through shambling pieces,
Mm-hmm.
And but nonetheless, um, there was never a time that they were, as far as food, clothes, they were never neglected in those areas. Never neglected. I went to the store many times because I was the driver with Annette, and she would always spend between $1,300 to $1,400 on food and clothes and stuff for them, so they was never hungry. They were never hungry. But it does sometimes take more than food and clothes to administer to people. It takes some time to listen. Yes, you are mama. Yes, you are grandmama. Yes, you are supposed to be the leader at this point. But your leadership skills are only compared to your following skills. You can't be a good leader if you're never a follower. You have to take some time to listen to the tears of your children. You have to take some time to do that. Because if you don't, it's just like trying to lead something and you don't have the schematic for it. You're gonna go the wrong direction. And unfortunately, in the day and age that we live in today, that schematic is forever changing. It's forever changing.
Let me
And so
let me ask you this real quick, Kenneth. Sorry to cut you off. She said, what areas could Annette have improved in upon her family? And another question is, why the chains on the fridge?
now I've never seen no chains on her refrigerator. I've
Yeah.
never seen that. In fact, if anything, I've always known Annette to have more than one refrigerator, and she kept that refrigerator full at all times. I never hear her deny them to have whatever that she had two refrigerators and a pantry area where she kept that thing stocked with whatever they wanted to eat. They were able to access that food at any point in time they wanted to access it. Now, of course, at nighttime, she locked the pantry up because you have to set some type of order in the house, and I understood that. But during the daytime, they was always able to access food, water, Kool-Aid. I mean, whatever they wanted
Just the
at
basics.
any. Yeah.
So why? Because we do got pictures of her. I do got a video of Naziyah doing a TikTok, and it's definitely some heavy chains on the fridge. But at the time you're saying, when I was around, there was no chains. It was a lock on the deep freezer, but it was no heavy chains.
Yeah, that's what I noticed. A lot of people do in the church. They want to make excuses for other church members and their toxic behaviors, because that's exactly what it sounds like to me too, Nikki. That he's making excuses for that, But it is what it is. She's verbally and physically abusive. Just say it.
But I imagine if there was any change, if she had to put any change, that probably would have been because at a point in time, when she started becoming a foster care parent, she had, the little babies, and she didn't want to risk them getting crawling inside of the freezer and getting harmed. So she had to have some type of security on those appliances, because this is like when you throw an appliance out, they advise that you take the doors off so won't nobody get trapped up in there.
Yeah. What areas do you think that Annette could have improved in?
I think listening might have been an option there, because I know many parents, and I come from the '80s era, and I know a lot of times the parent, some of them got to this point where they didn't necessarily. I don't know if they did it intentionally, but they just didn't necessarily listen as much as they should have, because we're living in an ever changing world. And just because it happened one way 20 years ago don't mean it's going to happen the same way now, because we do live in an ever-changing world. And these children nowadays are not at the level that we were 10, 20, 30 years ago. These children is doing everything but coming out with driver's license and a deed, for a house. So we have to listen to these children, because they're in a different era than we were 20 years ago.
Mhm.
And I mean, I'm not saying that it's all good, but I'm not saying it's all bad. The Bible said that the children become wiser and weaker. I do know that. And so I believe listening should have been an option. More listening should have been an
Yeah.
option.
So what was it like for Vari and Naziyah? What was the behavior between Annette and Honest, Honest? What was the behavior with Annette with Vari, the relationship with Vari and Naziyah, as far as you can? Because I want to kind of get into that now. You said we'll get into that after you kind of tell us the relationship that you witnessed and some of the things that you kind of heard.
Well, up until she gained custody of Ari and Naziyah, it was just the typical grandmother, uh, granddaughter relationship. I mean, it wasn't much of a change even when she got custody of them, because they were basically with her anyhow. Because the mother was strung out. The mother's strung out, and I think I think it's a shame and a disgrace that lady is using this loss of her daughter as a means to get money to get high, and we all know that's what she's doing. There's no
Okay.
secret in that, because when
All right, now, so y'all just heard what Kenneth just said to all the people that like to be in the comments making excuses for Lady and her being MIA and only showing up to these events because she's being paid or because somebody is essentially helping her get high, because what else is she using the money for at this point when we all know that she has a horrible habit, right? So we just heard that from Kenneth. So that's to anybody that feels like we should give Lady a pass. Lady does not deserve a pass. Okay, let's continue.
she came down here, because she had to come here to Cincinnati to go through some rehabilitation programs. But when she got down here, she did none of that. But on the contrary, she came down here and got in debt with some of the drug people down here.
So hold that thought right there. Hold that thought with lady. I want to get to that. You said we talked and you said that you heard Naziyah and Vari whispering all the time because everybody's asking like, why did Vari run away? So with the Vari and Naziyah, what did you hear? What are some of the things you heard?
They did have conversations, and it was one particular day that I was sitting out in my van and I was listening. I don't know what I was doing. I maybe I've just been coming from somewhere on the phone talking or whatever it was. I can't remember exactly what it was, but I do remember the conversation that was had. And they used to sit up there in the kitchen and when sometimes even with the window open, and they had conversations of saying what they wanted to do and they wanted to leave and they was tired and this and that and the other. And it's just so funny that these conversations that they had, and this was like maybe a year before this happened, but these conversations are actually coming into play. I tried to make a slight subtle reference to Annette about it, but she kind of started off like nobody paying attention to them and that. That they always talking this and that and the other. But I don't think they were just talking. I really don't. And that's what gives me reason to believe that Naziyah's not dead, but she's just done ran away.
Oh, wait, hold up now. Now, did he just say that gives him reason to believe that Naziyah is not unalive and that she is where? This is crazy, y'all. I'm still far up in the comments. I'm making my way down, okay? But I guess it's because we don't really have no concrete proof that Naziyah is indeed unalive. Only thing we going based off right now is the text messages that we seen, knowing that she was with Jarvis the last. And she's hasn't been heard of since then. But to have actual concrete facts that she was unalive, I don't think we have that. So how many of y'all still believe that Naziyah could potentially still be alive and maybe hiding out somewhere or trafficked? Or just let me know what you think down in the chat, because that's crazy that he just said that. Maybe he know more than what he's saying. Let me continue.
She done ran away.
Okay, I'm gonna get to. We're gonna get to that. So you did say you did hear them having conversation and things like that, and about leaving and stuff like that. You said maybe they couldn't handle the pressure. Was you around when Vari actually left?
Check it out at Planet Fitness. You can get free.
Y'all.
No, I wasn't. I was not. I was here in Cincinnati. In fact, one day I had called down there because I wanted to talk to Vari and Naziyah because me and them had the closest bond because of just me being there when they were kids. And so I want to let them know that I had just filled out some paperwork with my bank, with my insurance company, because I wanted them to know that it's set so that if anything were to ever happen to me, they would get everything.
Mm. And you did state that you did, when you and Florentino was together, you told me you was like Naziyah and Vari was always with you, and your mother was even like a grandmother to them. And
that's the truth.
Was it a reason? Was it because of they felt the Annette not occurring in the home, and you was trying to shelter them in a sense? Can you was it like that because you felt like they wasn't getting enough attention, enough love? Why did you cater to them of all the kids?
Well, at the time, they were the first two that was around. This was before Shannon and Marquita had started having, children. This was before, so they were really the only two that was around. Because the older daughter,
and y'all, Miss Erica J say he's trying to control the narrative. I wouldn't be surprised if he phoned up Shannon and them before even communicating with Miss Parker to see. What y'all think? Y'all think it was a conversation had in between there? I wonder if she asked him anything about Shannon and them, if with how long it's been since they communicated, and if they knew that he was doing this interview. I wonder.
I think her name was Beauty. Yeah, Beauty was always with her mom, and her sister was always with their mama. I mean, they came around sometime for the weekend, but at the end of the day, it was basically just Naziyah and Tavarius there. So they were really some of the only ones that was really around to cater to. And then by me and their uncle being a couple, I wanted them not to feel that I was taking him away from them.
And honestly, y'all, how do y'all feel about children being around same-sex relationships? Nothing against the LGBT community, but how do you guys feel about children being in that type of setting? He said I wrote it down. He said he kept Vari and Naziyah for some time, a week at a time or weekend at a time. Especially with me, I have a brother who is a part of the LGBT community, and I did not allow my children to go with him overnight or anything of that nature, because I didn't want them to be exposed to that type of lifestyle or get confused as to what the role of a boy is and a girl is. And funny story, my oldest son used to call my brother uncle, auntie, because he was confused. So once my son started to say things like that, well, he wasn't going no way, but he really wasn't going after that, because that lets me know that he was confused. So how do you guys feel about that? It's definitely a no for me.
And so I would always say, y'all come on over, or they'd ask to come over, because we was never at home. I mean, even when they came over, they was never really at my house, because we was always going somewhere, either to church or the choir rehearsal or to the park or something like that. They was never really just sitting at home idle.
Okay, so I'm gonna get into Lady, but this is what I want to get into kind of next. So we got this birthday party, right? And you're recording. You are the man of the hour with recording. And little did we know that you was the man of the hour with this recording of this birthday party that was coming up, because now we're getting into Jarvis. Yes, please let me cook, y'all. Please let me cook. I get y'all got questions, but let me cook, y'all, please, for a second. You get what I'm saying? Because I don't want to turn the comments off. I don't. But you're the man of the hour. So in the text messages in court, because I don't see Naziyah in this picture or whatever. So I see that one of the text messages is Naziyah asking,
Hey, open-faced sandwiches and off.
And y'all, there was one of I believe it was the interview that I did with Kiwana and Jarnell. There was a commenter, and her YouTube tag name had Annette in it, and it said something about them lying. I meant to tell you guys that, but I was told that wouldn't it's impossible that would be Annette. In my comments,
Jarvis to come down. They're cutting
in my comments about that interview, but I thought it was strange that the only thing that person said with the name Annette, that that Kiwana and Janelle were lying. I'm gonna show y'all that comment, because I don't even know if any of you guys seen that comment as well. But I'm only bringing that up because somebody said that is Annette in Ohio with him hiding. She might be, but I do think they be seeing the stuff that content creators post. I really do believe that they be knowing what be going on. She say, but to me. Okay, let me get down to the comments, y'all.
Cutting the cake. Come on, they're cutting the cake. And we never seen Naziyah in this picture. And so can you kind of take us back to the birthday party? And because Annette said at the court, he was never in the house. Never. He only pulled up outside. He was never at home. But in your video that was so captivating, he's in that house. And she asked him, was he doing a flyby? He's supposed to be family. Was he staying and stuff like that? So that doesn't sound like somebody that's not in the house. So can you kind of break it down about the birthday party and stuff like that?
I think that was Zairius, the one they call Porker, Marquita's son. I think that was his 9th birthday party, if I'm not mistaken. And I did a Facebook Live of that birthday party. I tried to get all of them in on the picture in the video. You know, it was a way to remember the birthday party, as well as it was a way to, you know, even have other birthday wishes, you know, whatever. So when that birthday party was there, I believe he may have streamed through kind of like a hello, how you doing, goodbye. But now I can say that he never lingered in the house other than when he was helping to paint something or move something or do some heavy lifting that maybe Annette could not do. That's the only time he was in that house. I mean, he really didn't just sit there and do no chilling in that house. No, he didn't do that. He was always a fly through because he had to go back to that job he had. He was working over there on Warren. I think it was an oil change place that he worked at. That's what I was told. And so he never did no serious hanging in that house. No. Now, if there was any serious hanging that I did not know of, because again, at what point in time I had moved from Detroit and I was here in Cincinnati, and I can't see everything that happens, and I'm not there. I don't know, but when I was there, I never seen him do no serious hanging there in that house. No.
Right. Evidently, he was coming in doing a lot in those quick visits. Jarvis was with children. He had enough time to sexually abuse children, so he definitely wasn't just flying in and flying out at times. So I don't believe that, like he say, maybe he wasn't around, but ain't no way in hell that he wasn't there long enough to do what he needed to abuse those children. Like, that's crazy. Somebody say this motherfucker lying. Yep, Miss Erica J. Might not be being 100% honest right there. Miss Coco say, I'm sure her and Ninja Turtle twins, Roxy and her mammy, all be in the bushes, especially if Janelle and Kiwana involved. I believe it too. Keep watching. Yeah, I don't believe that. Let's continue.
And you know, is it fair to say that, you know, from what we've talked about so far, you heard Naziyah and Vari always talking about they wanted to leave and stuff like that, and you did say you felt like some things that Marlene, y'all let me cook for a minute, okay? I'm gonna get to y'all questions and things like that. Just give me a second. But you know, you said it was fair to say that you know, Annette could have listened more to them and things like that. And you never felt like it was nothing more than just her needing to listen. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You didn't see anything else or felt anything else to why the kids automatically just felt like, I want to leave. We want to leave. You know what I'm saying? Because you know that Vari eventually did run away a couple of times and stuff, and he did.
I heard about it.
He said there was no love. They was never able to do anything. You know, he didn't say anything about touching or anything inappropriately, but he did say that there was no love, there was no affection and stuff like that. And also coming up on some of the text with Jarvis Butts, because now I want to kind of get into Jarvis just a little bit. Naziyah did ask Jarvis for tampons and pads and stuff like that. You know, I'm just saying sanitary products. And, you know, if you're getting love and attention in the home, you're not going to ask a stranger, not when it's a house full of women, for sanitary products and things like that. So how bad was it when you was there? Like, I get you're saying, and I know you're still cool with the family, so I don't want to like make you really throw them under the bus or say anything, but it had to be something, Kenneth, to make Naziyah venture out to start being groomed by Jarvis Buds.
I think, that, and I've always felt this, and this is even from my own growing up experiences, that there are people that are strict. And I think it's sometimes hard to measure the strictness level. Because to be too strict can be just as bad as not being strict at all. And I think sometimes that's hard for people to gauge that. And I even heard Florentino tell me, they were not allowed to do certain things when they were growing up. Things that I did, um, you know, I had company come over, I had, spend the nights, I had, stuff like that. So there's some things they were not allowed to do. And there was a strictness level there. And I think sometimes maybe a little too strict, but whatever it is, that's I never put myself in nobody's shoes to be there, be parenting, but I just think that there's some things that, maybe was a little too strict, um, which can sometimes be a trigger that would cause people to want to not be around, um, or to not live in a.
Blah blah blah. It just sounds like a lot of motherfuckers are scared of Annette. They should have been holding Annette accountable. I don't give a fuck. If you're an adult and she can't whoop your ass, you should have been telling her ass all about herself. Period. If you seen Annette abusing them children, talking to them children like they're people on the street, from what we heard, now we have heard how she talked to these children. You should have been interfering, saying something. Hey, don't talk to them kids like that around me, or something. Like, come on now. At some point, we got to start with you see, because all I'm hearing is I saw something, but I ain't really say nothing because I ain't want to get in between that. No, get in between there. Okay, get in between there, because that's the problem now. We see shit and don't want to say shit. That is an issue. And if she don't want to listen, then report her to the right people. Then nothing cool about that. We can't keep blaming excuses. Oh, they're from a certain generation. This is how they is. This is no. You finna stop around me, or I'm not gonna be taking your ass to the store. The fuck.
Under that type of dictatorship, because in order to be a leader, you must be a follower, so that you know how to gauge certain things. But if you never allow yourself to be a follower and you're always the leader, then you it's like a pastor at a church. If the pastor don't listen to the members, how can he properly shepherd them if he don't know what his sheep needs?
Yeah.
And
So
you can't assume that you know. You have to know that you know.
I start.
That's church folks for you though. That's how I feel. Like, not all, but majority.
So what did Florentino ever say anything exactly what she was strict about and things like that? Did he ever break down anything that he felt like, because we heard at 40 years of CPS that Annette did lose all her children, and like she had some CPS cases, and I want to be honest, she had some CPS cases, and that most of the kids did run away. And all your kids for generations, I'm just being honest with you, and you're a spiritual man, Evangelist Kenneth, so we just got to be honest and transparent that all kids aren't running away just because you're strict.
I don't know about all that.
That's why I say again, sometimes when you're too strict, when you're going over the line of strict of being a leader and you're becoming more of it's a name they call it, and I can't think of it right now, but when you get into that level, that will cause people to want to leave your presence because you're doing too much.
I ain't gonna lie, leisure lady. That part of the text messages did make me laugh. She seemed like she was a little comedian.
You're going over the line.
Can I cut in real quick and just ask you a question to kind of piggyback on what you're saying? At any time, did you ever speak with Annette about how strict she was being on the kids?
No, because I don't, like I said, I don't get into telling people what to do with their children, whatever. The way I look at life is like this. If I see you putting too much paprika in the pot and I know that it's gonna be nasty, that's your pot that you gotta eat. That ain't my pot. That's your pot. And so I don't get involved with trying to tell people, how to raise their children. I just know that there's some things that I wouldn't do, and there's some things that I wouldn't even subscribe to doing if I were in those shoes. That's just me. But I don't get involved with telling people how to raise their children. That ain't my lane. I stay in my lane.
So but you never seen anything with all the abuse that the world is learning and America's learning. You never seen anything that they're putting out, because it seems like it's been going on for a very long time, Kenneth. And I do want to get into something that did come out in 40 years of CPS. So you never witnessed anything, or did you just turn a blind eye? Can you be honest and say, maybe I did see something, but
The only thing, like I said, is I've seen was the strictness. And I oftentimes in it.
Abuse and strictness is two different things, y'all. That's two different things. I think we need to talk about what actual abuse is. A lot of people seem to be confused. Even her own kids call it. They say it's not dysfunctional to be abused.
Friends about that probably a little too strict, but it was my lane to be in, and I don't turn a blind eye to things. It's just that if I didn't see it, I just literally did not see it. And so I'm telling you that I did not see it. But then, as they say, sometimes when you're not in the closed doors all the time, you don't see everything. But I didn't see any of that. And as far as
now, we know that's Cap, because he seen her talking to them kids crazy. We have the video on Facebook. Okay, where he was recording off of his phone. So even if he claimed he didn't see her actually hit them and attack them, which I'm sure the way them kids said yes ma'am in unison, they probably didn't act up in front of him, but he definitely seen some stuff over the years. It's been years. He said he met Florentino. They broke up in 2013. 5 years prior to that, he had met Florentino. So that means he didn't seen some things.
If I'm hitting points, first and foremost, now Marquita and Shannon is grown women, right? So as the grown woman, whoever you choose to screw, that's your own business. Now I would suggest that maybe you slow down to know who you're messing around with, because obviously they did this, which is why we're here now having this conversation about this individual. But who you deal with, that's your business. That ain't got nothing to do with nobody else who you deal with. But how you moderate it too has, an effect, a big effect on it.
Sorry to break it to you, Kenneth. It is our business on who our family members deal with. I'm sorry. That's how I feel about it. I feel like family should be more responsible for family. No, you can't help who they do and screw. No, you can't. But at least you can do is investigate a little, a lot. Okay, that's just how I feel about it. Sometimes we need to be in each other's business a little bit. Okay, not too much, but enough to know what's going on. You can't tell me that nobody didn't know that Jarvis was who he is when he went from the beginning. That's the bullshit. Kenneth knew too. Okay, so I'm not trying to discredit his experience and what he know, what he don't know, but this is my opinion, and I feel like he does definitely know and knew. Okay.
On its outcome, and obviously there wasn't enough moderation there.
Meet the new
You dealing with the was you evangelist at the time you was messing with Florentino? Because they're like, he's a man of God, why would he, it's just, what I'm saying, as a man of God, offer guidance instead of just, I don't want to get into your business, but with you being a man of the cloth, you're giving your guidance on that, you know what I'm saying?
Well,
Like,
I did speak about a situation with Marquita, and we kind of fell out for a minute during that time. So I'm like, okay, you grown. I'm not your parent. I don't have the right to tell you what to do. But I'm gonna pray for you. But I don't have the right to tell you what to do, and you do what you do. So I did speak about that, and we actually fell out about it, and that wasn't something that I wanted to get into. But, I just believe that, again, listening, understanding could have curbed this whole situation. I believe that these two young ladies, whom I've known since they were teenagers, young teenagers, I believe that when they got grown, whoever they chose to mess with, or whoever they allowed to mess, themselves to mess with, that was extremely exclusively on them, because they make their choices for their lives. What my stepdad used to always say, what go in my mouth don't come out your butt. And what go in your mouth don't come out my butt.
Okay, that example really doesn't fly here. Okay, we're talking about someone's life, someone's safety. Okay, that really don't apply here. You got to be able to be diligent in protecting your family. Like someone said in the comments, if it's your family, you tell them the truth. Y'all deal with the truth, whether they like it or not. Why? Because you care. A lot of times people do be blinded by people they're dealing with because of manipulation and whatever else they got going on. But no, that don't apply here. Sorry.
So what you do and who you choose to do it with, that's your own business. Now, do that cause me to love them any less? No, I see them as sisters. I love them too as sisters, and I would not let anything come up on them. If I could stop, if it took me giving my own life, I would go to that point for those two young ladies and for that whole family. But there is some things as far as listening, that listening plays a big part. That listening brings a big part of this situation. Because if you listen, if you give your ears to listening, it's just like they tell us in church how sometimes we always talking to God, but sometimes we need to shut our mouth and listen to God. So that listening plays a big big part. I mean, epic levels that listening plays a part in this situation.
Okay, so we was talking about, you was like, I can't tell Shannon and Marquita who to mess with and stuff, because I was strictly talking about Naziyah, but I get it. But as you said that, I want to get to you, because you and Florentino dated for like what, 4 or 5 years? You said 3.5. Okay. So Capricorn Chronicles, that answer your question. So you come along and then boom, you meet another guy by the name of, let me get it right. Kenneth Greer.
That was before Florentino. That was before him.
Okay, I'm glad you
me and Kenneth Greer, we was together from 2003, March 6, 2003 to
the Empire.
October 16, 2006.
Well, let me ask you this, because we did get into the meat and potatoes of Kenneth Greer, because in the 40 years of CPS that and we'll get to the 7 Mile Radio guy too. He came up in this. They said that Naziyah messed with an autistic guy, an older autistic guy, and it was stated that Kenneth Greer did have SA. Go ahead, Taco Prince, if you want to get into that. I want you to get into that.
Okay, so you did share with with us that Kenneth Greer, whatever his name is, he was an SA offender, and that you dated him, and you didn't find out immediately once y'all started dating. You didn't find out until months after y'all had been dating that he was a SA, a SO, and at that time you still did stay with him. But you did not see him touch any kids during the time that you and him was together in that 3 to 4.5 year period, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now you did say he, cheated or whatever, but it was with another adult.
Yes.
Yes. But you did also tell me that he is and does know Florentino and Annette, and he does know the family, and that he possibly could have been around the kids at some point.
Yes.
So is it possible that he actually could be the one that touched Naziyah or one of the kids? Is that a possibility?
That's a possibility. At the beginning, I didn't see this, but I do know that he knows Florentino, he knows Annette, he knows the family. And as being such, he could have been over there, and it, you just never know, you know what I'm saying? But I know this, that I never seen in it, because if I had have seen anything even conspiring to happen, I would have knocked him. I don't want to say that on this platform, but y'all get the gist, right?
Yeah.
I would have circled him around the moon.
Yeah, but I just want to, because I told my chat a while back when I was covering it that every story behind every lie, it's a story that's true. And you did state that Kenneth Greer was autistic. He does have a lot of SA offenses, and that he was around the kids, and it's not impossible that he was the one, you know what I'm saying, that they was talking about.
And I stand behind that one.
Okay, good. So we got with Kenneth. So remember that, guys. Take your notes for that one. So let's get into Marquita and Shannon. So Marquita, 17, pregnant by a school guard, right? That was very much older than her. So here we are again with the kids messing with older people, and things like that.
Yeah, that is. Hold on, let me move this around here. That is very true. And again, as I said before, I'm around the moon.
Yeah, but I just want to, because I told my chat.
I just went back a couple of seconds, y'all. Oh, shoot. I went back too far. Hold up. Trying to just go back to 47 minutes.
But I know this, that I never seen in it, because if I had have seen anything even conspiring to happen, I would have knocked him. I don't want to say that on this platform, but y'all get the gist, right?
Yeah.
I would have
But I just
circled
want
him
to,
around the moon.
yeah, but I just want to, because, I told my chat a while back when I was covering it that, every story behind every lie, it's a story that's true. And, you did state that Kenneth Greer was autistic. He does have a lot of SA offenses, and that he was around the kids, and it's not impossible that he was the one, you know what I'm saying, that they was talking about.
And I stand behind that one.
Okay, good. So we got with Kenneth. So remember that, guys. Take your notes for that one. So let's get into.
So Kenneth Darnell Greer could be the autistic guy that was said and allegedly said to have been having relations with Naziyah before Jarvis. Correct? Did we catch that?
Marquita and Shannon. So Marquita, 17, pregnant by a school guard, right? That was very much older than her. So here we are again with the kids messing with older people, and things like that.
Yeah, that is. Hold on, let me move this around here. That is very true. And again, as I said before, me and Marquita had fell out because I had mentioned how I felt about that. I didn't think that was too cool, because first of all, this man is on the clock, and just in the legalism of it, you're on the clock to protect these children. But I queried that: are you protecting or are you participating? Because if you're participating, you're not doing what you're on the clock for. So that definitely was like, it was a query about that, like what's going on with that. But again, I had to realize that, I don't have no children, and she certainly ain't my child. I do love them. I do love them girls. Um, I love them, with my whole heart. And I love Naziyah, and I love Tavarius. I love Beauty and Gorgeous and Glamorous and all of them with my whole heart. But I'm not their parent, and I'm not biologically related to them. So I can't control, the rules that set before them. Um, I can't do that. So I had to step back on that. I had to step back on that and just let that be whatever it was, is, or whatever. I had to let that be.
So, when did you find out about Kenneth Greer? Because I want to kind of go back to that. And because you found out that he was a SO, a sex offender, and did
I believe those names are between Shannon and Marquita's children. I believe. Kaylin. And definitely, she said none of them went to jail. So that tells us that it was normalized by Annette. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's why Annette asked to be in jail. Yep, because she did absolutely nothing. She said, how old was the security guard? I'm assuming he was definitely an adult.
when did Annette and them find out that he was a sex offender? Because clearly, if you found out they found that as well, because his status sheet says a lie. You get what I'm saying? So, and you said
I told her.
Okay, so she did know.
I told her. I told her. And here's the thing. Now, by the time I had met Florentino, me and him had been separated. We broke up in 2006. I didn't meet Florentino until 2009, 2010. So we had been separated for a while at that point. But I tried to not set things on a level of, okay, we can't be cordial, but I just know that we can't do that no more, because first of all, you're not faithful, you're not committed to your relationship, and you have a whole lot of other things that you're dealing with that I just can't deal with no more, because it just, my mind is just getting fed up with that. But we can be cordial, hey, how you doing, blah blah blah, and that's it.
So
Nothing more, nothing less.
So Annette was made aware that Kenneth Greer was an offender and stuff like that, because she did state that the guy was autistic, but he was too autistic for them to press charges. And back to Marquita, did she press charges on the guard that her soda man is impregnated her?
Too autistic to press charges. He would have had his autistic ass in prison, fucking around with mine. I wouldn't give a goddamn. You better tell it to the judge how autistic you is. You wasn't autistic when you was touching mine. What type of sense do that make? The fuck?
Her daughter. So we have another older man in the picture. Did she press charges?
I don't think she did. I think she was more excited about just the having another grandchild. I think that was just her excitement of just having another grandchild, and just wanting to embrace him the way she wanted to embrace him. And so I don't think it even came up as a topic that, this being a guard, and he's supposed to be the one protecting them from this, and he ended up being a part of the whole thing. So I don't think that ever really was highlighted the way it should have been highlighted.
Okay, so now we get to Shannon. So Shannon's mess.
And y'all know what? This happens way too much in our community. Okay. Young girls getting pregnant by older men, and it's just overlooked. And he just said that Annette basically was more happy about having a grandchild versus looking at the problem at hand, which was that my daughter was messing with the older man and she did nothing about it. She pressed no charges. She did absolutely nothing. That's insane. That's something that we need to stop normalizing. It's not okay for young girls to be dating older men just because he got money, just because he got something that the adults can benefit from. All of that is sick. Okay. And I speak from even my own experience. My mother and them never told me it wasn't okay for me to talk to men that was way older than me. They never said it wasn't okay. I had to get grown and realize, and having my own daughter, like, damn, that really was not cool. I should never been in high school talking to an older man, 10 years older. That's crazy. Okay, so we need to not normalize that. Protect our girls, protect our children. Let's continue.
Messing with we bring Jarvis Butts into the picture. Here comes Monster Butts.
And look, I'm gonna say this real quick. And the only reason why I was even talking to the older men was because it was something that I needed. I might needed a ride. I needed some money for something. It was something that I was in need of, that I felt like I could get from him, because I wasn't getting it from the people in my life that should have been protecting me and providing for me and making sure that all of my needs are being met as a child. Okay. So let's make sure that we providing for our children and all of their needs, so that they won't go outside the home looking for it, for one. And for two, protect our children by any means necessary.
Some of her cousins and family members said that he was around long before long before the 17 and things like that. But you stated that Shannon had her first baby at 17, 18.
Yeah.
When he came into the picture. What was he like when he came into the picture? Did you ever see anything, Evangelist Kenneth, in?
So that's just to kind of go back on what Shannon said about her having a baby at 19 when there's proof. Now I'm questioning at this point, now that we know that Marquita had a baby early and was messing with that security guard and things like that. Let's try to get the age in the chat. What do y'all think? Like, as far as, because I thought that it was Shannon who was pregnant at 16, 17. Okay, based off that picture that I showed y'all a while back on her Facebook, where she clearly looked pregnant, and that would have put her at about 16-ish. Okay. Well, the point is they both got pregnant very young. She said Shannon was 16 first pregnant. Yeah, I have been put that together, Coco G. I've been put that together, you know, because she got the picture on her page. I believe it was like 2005. So yeah, say Marquita's son is 9. That will make Shannon's daughter older. Correct. Yeah, Shannon's daughter is older. She's right up under Naziyah. Shannon wasn't 19 though. She wasn't. She said she was. I believe. Let me change that. I believe she was about 16, 17. Her very first pregnancy. She said, yeah, SD, I was also. But yeah, SD, I also was talking to older man. Yeah, ridiculous. Ridiculous. But it does happen and it needs to stop. It needs to not be normalized. Let me go ahead and continue. I got groceries coming in right now. So let me hit play.
Anything that made you just raise an eye. And I know you said, you know, I didn't get involved, but come on, it was too much abuse going on in this house, Kenneth.
I met him, well, just briefly. They had already, they were all, him and Shannon was already in a relationship, I'm going to imagine, when I met him. So the initial meeting was more of a, you know, hey, what's up? You know, but it was really we never had no dialogue with each other. Not on no different, no form. We didn't really communicate like that. It was like, hey, what's up? And that was it. That's all that was. I'd never seen him do anything that raised any eyebrow of any type of suspicion. I mean, certainly there's no suspicious activity in lifting up a piece of drywall or swiping a paintbrush across the wall. You know, that's all I've seen. Or lifting up something heavy. I never seen anything other than that out of him. And then he would go back to wherever he was at, wherever it was, whether it was his job that I think they said he worked as a mechanic at changing oil or whatever, but I never seen nothing more.
Okay, so you know, you did come into the picture since we're talking about all this sex offender things. Roxy's mother, Kenya stated over on Shank Rock's live that you did SA Florentino, and she said she did ask Annette, had you touched the foster kid in Naziyah at one point? And I said, you know, people was asking, why did she feel like that? You know what I'm saying? And she said, you was always so weird. And it comes to, you know, us asking, but go ahead and let's cover that first, and then I'll get into the pictures and things.
I'm curious, how can you SA a person when you are totally, completely transparent of why you're there or what's going on? Me and Florentino's relationship was never any secret to anyone. It was never that. And at the time, let me see, he was 18, let's see, 19, 20, 22, 23, 24, 25.
Okay, so I was trying to figure out what Miss Alicia was saying. She said she graduated in 2002. She was 18. Shannon is 10 years younger than she is. What you trying to say? I'm trying to figure it out. Look. Let me know in the comments, Miss Alicia. Okay, thank you. Welcome. Okay. She says that birthday party for the little boy was in 2021. He's older than Janiyah. And I want to make it clear that this wasn't the party, the initial party where the girls were being
I was
touched
26 years old
by Jarvis.
when me and Florentino, so I was 8 years older than him. And our relationship was
So he just said that he was 8 years older than Florentino, and Florentino was 18. How do y'all feel about that? Let me know in the comments. I know me personally, that's a no-go for me. That's a no-go. And I got boys, I got one girl. That's a no-go for me. But again, we're talking about Annette, who has no problem with her children dating extremely older than what they are. That's crazy. But again, we're talking about Annette, so I can see her making it a pass and not giving a damn about it. She probably just wanted her kids out her house any damn way.
There was never any secret. In fact, me and Annette sat down and had a conversation once I met her. And she also had this conversation with Florentino, because I was asking, well, me and Florentino actually wanted to do this. So it wasn't just a me thing, but we wanted to live under the same roof. So she asked Annette could he, was he able to leave? Was it okay to leave? And she explained to him, she said, my door is not a revolving door. You better make sure, whatever. So there was never no secrecies of our relationship. Now we did break up in 2013, I think it was, but there was never no secrecies to no one. There was we didn't have.
That don't make it okay because it wasn't a secret. We're making here. It doesn't make it okay because you got the green light from the family, and you're 26 and this person is 18. That doesn't make it okay. And I think that's the point that he may be missing.
I know I've been out since 2003. I came out March 6, 2003. So there was never no secrecies of the relationship. Never.
And let me clear this up. Almighty Streams, Kenya did state that Florentino was 18. So see, that's why for my riders, I always tell y'all, we're not spinning narratives. Listen to what they say. She never said he was 15 or 16. That's why we didn't understand how was he SA'd if he was 18. So you know what I'm saying? I get that. I don't know if that's a question or you're just stating that's the age. But again, if you wasn't around, you can't say what happened. So let's be mindful of that. You know what I'm saying? Of not knowing certain things. Ask a question. Don't state it as if you know specific. And I'm just being real. I like being realist. You know what I'm saying? And I like being transparent and honest. You know what I'm saying? But putting that off, that's where people get allegations put on them that is inappropriate. Okay, but he might have been 8 years older, but Florentino, she did say he was 18 or 19, and he's stating that he was 18 as well. So I just don't want that out there like that. So we get to now Kenneth Greer. So we now know that that's true about the autistic guy and stuff like that. Talk with Prince. Do you got anything you want to ask him? Because I do want to start getting into Jarvis.
No, I think you covered everything about basically with Shannon, because you did say, no, I do want to clarify that Marquita did get pregnant at the age of 17, which she was in high school, by a security guard in the high school, correct?
Yeah, it was on her. It was on. I believe it was on the prom night, because she went off, and it wasn't long after that it was mentioned that she was pregnant, and if you count the time from the time she would conceive Zaire to the time she went to the prom, that'll set you right there that day.
There's a new
Hey, so everybody just joining the chat. Everybody watching from afar. Shout out to you too.
Okay, and Shannon became impregnated about a year or two later. Well, you said last night she was 18 when she did become pregnant. 17 or 18.
Yeah.
So it was around those times, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And can you kind of see to Evangelist Kenneth, even with Florentino being 18, let's just speak from a real point. I got to be honest, I got 5 children and there was just no way. And I'm not saying that nothing is wrong with the LGBT community, because I love y'all. You heard me. I was a part of the LGBT community. So, I love me some women sometimes, but at the same time, at 28, when you're looking at the age, and plus with the story coming out of a lot of sexual abuse going on in the home, can you see?
Okay, so what year was it, y'all? Let me see if y'all been doing your homework that Jarvis went to prison. What year was that? Because that could kind of help give us a timeline too, as to if Shannon was even pregnant by Jarvis at that time. Does anybody know what year Jarvis went to prison? She said then Shannon was probably pregnant at 15 because she delivered at 16. Somebody said 2009. Hustler said 2009. 2005. I believe it was 2005, okay? I believe it was 2005. So in 2005, how old would Shannon would have been in 2005? That's 10 years ago? 20 years ago? My bad. 20. And Shannon is how old right now? I believe Shannon is about 32. So that would have been 20 years ago. So it might not have even been Jarvis that got Shannon pregnant at that time. Just saying. Oh, she 31? Say the math ain't mathing. Okay. So 20 years ago, Shannon would have been how old? If she 31 right now. So you say it was 2005 for sure when Jarvis went to prison. Miss Betty said that. And it ain't adding up. It ain't adding up. So that means saying 11, we got 11. Okay. She wouldn't have been pregnant by Jarvis if he was in prison. So I am getting what you putting down, Miss Alicia. I'm getting it now. So that's probably why Shannon was at court recently to establish paternity. We do know that she's 32 now. Okay, she's 32 now, so she would have still been 12, but we know that she got allegedly she got pregnant about 16, 17 before she had Janiyah. Okay, is what's been said. So it still wouldn't have been Jarvis. What else we got to say? Did she get pregnant after he came out? She got pregnant with Janiyah after he got out. I'm gonna have to get my calendar because something. Because Janiyah is about, how old is Janiyah right now? Child, yes, but Janiyah could be lady child. My goodness. I think Janiyah is about 12 or 11. So I'm assuming Janiyah is about 12. Hold on, y'all. I'm just calculating. I'm trying to figure this out. We say born June 2013. That's 11 if she was born in 2013. Say Jernell and Shannon had, Jernell said Shannon had her first child with Jarvis at 16. I'm positive she said on 2 occasions. But I've heard 19. But according to that picture, she looked like she was about 16, 17. And the picture was posted in 05. See, so Shannon was 20. She did say she met him when she was 19. So I'm trying to figure out, could it be a possibility that she had gotten pregnant by somebody else prior to Jarvis? All right, y'all, let's continue.
You see how the world is kind of looking like, wait, what? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, it is a part of that pattern, but at the same time, with me and Florentino, we had a different type of connection, and it wasn't built on the basis of sexual encounters. It was more so based up on, you know, we talked we talked a lot. We talked about a lot of different things. Um, he would say, if he was here right now, that a lot of things that he knows today, especially even about the Bible, is that he learned it from me. Because we did a lot of communication. Our relationship was not just based on sex, but I made his.
Everything's all right long as we got Bible study on Wednesdays and Saturdays, and we go twice on Sunday. Everything's all right, huh? I was teaching him the Bible. I was teaching him, how to pray. What when he got up from praying, what was he doing, Kenneth? Huh? What was really going on, Kenneth? Church people love to use that Bible as an excuse. No, Hunty. That was inappropriate, unacceptable. I don't care if he was 18. Like they say, his frontal lobe ain't even nowhere near developed in a way it should be to make rational, clear, sound-minded decision. That was for Annette to make those decisions for her son, but she threw him out to Evangelist Kenneth. She thought it was cool and smooth. That's ridiculous. Okay, the Bible thumpers, y'all be the main predators out here. And I said what I said.
Mother a promise, and I tried to uphold that promise in as much as I could. I said he would never be homeless and he would never be hungry. And
so this was an exchange then. She said Kenneth said he will never be hungry. He will never be homeless. So what was Kenneth's role in his life? Did he realize too that Annette didn't give a damn about Florentino? So he took it as an opportunity. Like, I'm really trying to figure out if he really got pedo vibes or not at this point. And I ain't even trying to be funny. But that's what most predators do. They look for opportunities to be exactly who they are. You saw exactly Big Daddy. He was sugar daddy to him. That's exactly what I was getting at, Miss Erica. You provided him food and shelter. In exchange for what? That brown eye. All right, then, let's continue.
That would be the same thing
Regina,
that.
change the word. Go ahead, Kenneth. I'm sorry. Change that word, Regina. Go ahead, Kenneth.
You know, he was never homeless and never hungry. Never that. And I took care of him as my companion. I made sure that he had the basics of everything he needed. Even as far as him wanting to go to school for nursing, I connected him with the people that.
Welcome to the 100-degree sweat test. Which one of these two antiperspirants?
That's right, Nikki. They sure do. Like I told you, I've seen it with my own two eyes. I have a brother who lives that life. They will take care of these young men, these young boys, because they want a boy toy, a real live boy toy to fit their fantasy.
Set off in that field.
To take care of their fantasies and their needs. So it definitely happens just like it does for little girls. Definitely does, to fill their sick fantasies. In exchange for money and materialistic gains, a place to stay. Oh, you homeless, your family abandoned you because you gay, you lived that life. All right, come over here with me. All you got to do is pray and bend over. That's it. Like, real shit. My brother have told me plenty of things that he has experienced in that life and the things that they will offer. And it be a lot of married men too, and a lot of men in the church. I don't know if y'all heard about the church in Detroit with these new charges. I gotta get his name, but he being accused of touching younger boys too. It happens all the time. All the time. That's why we still, whatever lifestyle they choose to live, we still gotta love them. Don't throw them out to the wolves, because somebody gonna come swoop their ass right on up and turn them into their toys and prey on them and things like that. We gotta protect our children. Let's continue.
Took it to his classes and everything. So no, our relationship was never a secret.
Yeah, and I didn't think it was a secret. You know, I'm just saying the age gap was huge. You know what I'm saying? And I don't want to,
it was.
You know, I just don't want to say, you know, hey, you know, whether you read the Bible with my daughter or not. You know what I'm saying? It's just the age gap that people are looking into.
Yeah, it was a huge age gap, but we stayed together until he was about 22, 23, something like that. And you know, but as his mouth kind of took off, I couldn't take that no more. I couldn't take the arguing with nobody, because I think that there should be a medium of peace. And because I was much older than him, 8 years older than him, I felt even more of a need to there's got to be some peace somewhere. Good morning should not turn into an argument, you know.
Kenneth probably was controlling too. That's what it was. He wanted to control Florentino and manipulate him. And Florentino probably reached a point where he wasn't going for it no more, or whatever the case was. Just me speculating on what he's saying. He probably just wanted to control him because he thought, because he provided him with food and shelter and his basic necessities, that he was going to be able to control Florentino for as long as he could and would, all in exchange for the piece of tail. You know what I'm saying? I do feel like that's what was going on, and he started to rebel, and then everything went downhill from there.
Oh, and I'm not gonna talk goo goo gaga. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that because I don't want no babies. I don't want no babies. Not to be in a relationship with, at least. I don't want no babies. So you're old enough to get on that chat line. You're old enough to state what you want. You're old enough to set up your profile. You're old enough to meet the criteria of BGC to even get a profile. So you're old enough to know what it is that you're looking for and what it is that you want. And so we communicated a lot on BGC before we actually met. We talked a lot. He told me about his ambitions of what he wanted to do. He told me about, him wanting to proceed and progress in life with his education. And all of those things were good. All of those things were good in my book.
And let me actually go back just a quick second, just to kind of go back 1 second. Why did you stay with Kenneth Greer so long, knowing he was a pedophile?
Well, by the time I found that out, see, I was that age. I was 18 at that time. And he was like, I want to say maybe.
First, I want to talk.
She Miss Monet says, did anybody ever think about the fact that lady looks more like Kenya Gamble's side? Kenya is a win, WINN. But what y'all think about that? Y'all think lady look more like Kenya and Roxy and them, and she could potentially be the child of someone that was related over on that side of the family? What y'all think? Let me know. Says, hi, I'm late. Hey, Milky Way girl.
23 or 24, something like that. And by the time I found out, I was in that puppy love thing. I was, that love that you don't care, or when you care but you don't care. You're just strung out in love with this person. Unfortunately, I would say to you that my first love happens to have been a pedophile. I didn't know this at first, but by the time I found out, I was already in love.
And
so I'm trying to, what was the age that he said he was when he first started dating Kenneth? I might have missed that. Did anybody catch that? How old was Kenneth, Evangelist Kenneth, and Kenneth Greer when they started dating? Just so I won't have to go back. Otherwise, I'm gonna just go back a few seconds or like a minute and see. So Kenneth Greer was 27. 18 to 27. Here we go. Okay, so it's the same thing. He repeated the same thing. And so he became the predator then. Evangelist Kenneth became the predator to Florentino then. Rather, he said he didn't know that he was a pedo until after. I guess they broken up. Hey, Talina. Said I was his age, 18. So that makes it okay, right, Nisi? That's crazy. Said he said I was 18. Go back, please. Okay, somebody say we are. Okay, y'all go back. I'll go back a few seconds. Right now we at 106.44. Let's go back. Let's go back 105.46.
with Kenneth Greer so long, knowing he was a pedophile.
Well, by the time I found that out, see, I was that age. I was 18 at that time. And he was like, I want to say maybe 23 or 24, something like that. And by the time I found out, I was, I was in that puppy love thing. I was, that love that you don't care, or you care but you don't care. You're just strung out in love with this person. I mean, unfortunately, I would say to you that my first love happens to have been a pedophile. I didn't know this at first, but by the time I found out, I was already in love.
Mm-hmm. And so it was just really basically that it was overlooked by you and Annette in a sense, right? Correct.
Okay, Red Sunshine.
Well, I didn't know her at
But
the
you did,
time
yeah, but you did state that you did tell her eventually, right?
yeah,
And
yeah.
okay. So now I want to get into Jarvis Butts. Here comes good old Monster Butts
Hey,
into Shannon's
Red.
life. And
Miss Parker, hold on one second, Miss Parker, 'cause I do have a question regarding before we get into, Annette. At any time, Evangelist Kenneth, did Shannon or Annette, did anyone tell you that, Jarvis had been convicted of being SO offender? Did you
No,
know? Okay.
no, I didn't know. I didn't know that.
okay. So Monster Butts comes in the house. Clearly, you say that he's not. You never seen him in the house, but he was at that birthday party. Even because they said now they're saying it's a couple of birthday parties. I got to look into that. Thank you, Capricorn Chronicles. Thank you, sister. But he we do got a video that you played of him being in the home and stuff like that. Because for it to be Parker's birthday, that's crazy because Parker is Marquita's son. So for him not to be in the house, he popped up on that day. Hey, Tracy. But he popped up on that day for him not to be in this home. How was you and Jarvis's relationship?
We didn't talk. It was no connection there because he wasn't there for me. He was there for Shannon. That's who he was there for. There was no real no communication between me and Jarvis, like not like that, because he was not there for me. I mean, I was sick, but only out of the act of being polite. But that he wasn't there for me. There was nothing there
I have a picture of Jarvis's dad, allegedly, but we need a name. We for sure need a name.
that we needed to talk about. I was there, and uh, even after the course of everything that happened, the person that I talked to the most would have been Annette. And then sometime me and Shannon talked about we joked about certain things or whatever, and that was it. There was no communication really between me and Jarvis there because we were not. He was not there for me. He was there for Shannon. Now I do recall the time before that I got into one of the kids behind because they had done something that they were not supposed to do, and me and Shannon fell out. But I mean, even though she was mad about it, I would do it again because I'm not going to let no child be disrespectful. I don't care who you is. And if you choose to be disrespectful, you're going to be disrespectful to somebody else. You're not going to be disrespectful to me because I'll get you again. You know, um, that's just how I was raised.
Definitely email it to me, Alicia, if you have it. It's going across the screen. Lady Isis 144 at Gmail.
And I guess she brought him in because I was upstairs in the house they stayed in over on Bedford, in the guest room, and I guess she brought him up there because I guess that was an intimidation tactic. But I was not never I'm never intimidated by nobody that walks on two legs. I'm never intimidated by nobody who has two arms and hands and feet the way I have. We could have set it off up in that room. But other than that, I'm never going to let a child be disrespectful in front of my face. I'm just never going to do that. even if at the cost of me taking you by the arm and taking you to your parent and say, look, check your child, check them. I'm not going to sit up there and let you be disrespectful, because here's what happens. If nobody checks you and you're led to believe that you're all right by doing that, then you're going to get out there in the world and do that same thing, and somebody else ain't going to care about mama and daddy. You're going to get two to the head. We know.
See, that's the thing. We have to define what is disrespect, because a child reacting to abuse is not disrespect. A child calling you out for mistreating them is not disrespect. Okay, so we really need to redefine what disrespect is and what abuse is, what dysfunctional behaviors are, because there's a lot of confusion apparently in the family dynamics and in certain thought processes when it comes to these type of behaviors. And the fact that, like y'all say, he can check supposed disrespect, but nothing else. You should have been definitely checking Annette. Definitely. And then I understand too, because a lot of people had a mindset of, if they're my elders, I respect you no matter what. I don't believe that. I believe respect is earned and given. So yeah, Kirsten says, SD, stop right there. He will correct a kid if it was disrespect to him, right? To him. But being a pedo is okay. Right. Good point, Kirsten. Exactly. Let's continue.
You know how this life works. So I'm not going to sit there and tolerate disrespect. I'm just not going to do that. Nope, absolutely not. I'm not going to do it.
So you stated that okay, so you did state that Jarvis was basically like the handyman around Annette's house, the gardening, doing stuff around the house a lot.
He was like the handyman, yeah. But he never stayed long. Once the job was over, he was gone.
And you did also
now, that's
state
what I see.
Okay, let's get into this. So you did state that him and Lady would paint together and do things together, because with Lady, I want to bring, now we're going to get on to Lady, because I do want to come back to Jarvis, but I want to get on to Lady. So Lady was painting with Jarvis because Lady's coming up in the picture a lot now, and stuff like that, because they said that Lady is the one that introduced Jarvis into the family. So we was trying to get a connection and build a connection and stuff like that with Lady and Jarvis. And was Lady messing with Jarvis first? Because how do you just bring Jarvis to the family? What was Jarvis doing to make Lady say, hey, let me take you to my mom's house and introduce you to the family? It's just
now, I'm going to tell you something about that. For what I know, most of Lady's encounters or whatever she did that outside of the house. I don't know about her connecting life or whatever, because she did that outside the house. I never seen her bring anybody to the house saying, oh, this is my boyfriend, or in such a case, this is my girlfriend. I never seen that. I remember one time.
Now, let me make it clear too what I was told. It was that Lady and Jarvis were doing work together. I also asked the question, well, do you believe that Jarvis and Lady were screwing around with each other? And the answer was yes. Woo child. My toddler got a hold behind my Wi-Fi box and unplugged it, y'all. I'm so sorry. All right. Let's continue where we left off at. I was like, oh my God, and threw the headphones down. I was sick about it. Here we
decided to.
Now let's just go back just a little bit. We had 113, so I'll go back to 111 just to catch us back up.
Around Annette's house, the gardening, doing stuff around the house a lot.
He was like the handyman, yeah. But he never stayed long. Once the job was over, he was gone.
And you did also
now, that's
state
what I see.
Okay, let's get into this. So you did state that him and Lady would paint together and do things together. Because with Lady, I want to bring, now we're going to get on to Lady, because I do want to come back to Jarvis, but I want to get on to Lady. So Lady was painting with Jarvis because Lady's coming up in the picture a lot now, and stuff like that, because they said that Lady is the one that introduced Jarvis into the family. So we was trying to get a connection and build a connection and stuff like that with Lady and Jarvis. And was Lady messing with Jarvis first? Because how do you just bring Jarvis to the family? What was Jarvis doing to make Lady say, hey, let me take you to my mom's house and introduce you to the family? It's just
now, I'm going to tell you something about that. For what I know, most of Lady's encounters or whatever she did that outside of the house. I don't know about her connecting life or whatever, because she did that outside the house. I never seen her bring anybody to the house saying, oh, this is my boyfriend, or in such a case, this is my girlfriend. I never seen that. I remember one time I seen a lady get dressed up, and it kind of shocked me because she was dressing all feminist and girly, and I'm like, wait a minute, hold up. It was kind of a shocking, one of those shocking moments to me, because whenever I seen Lady, she was more so a tomboy. I never seen her in any feminine, like extra feminine attire. It was always the tomboy look. And then I discovered that she was bi-affectionate. And so I guess that particular day she decided to, go out as the feminine version of herself, and that was the first time I'd ever seen that, though. I was kind of laughing, and I remember I was with Florentino at the time. He said, don't laugh, it ain't funny. I said, oh, yes, it is funny. It's one of the moments like, oh, wait a minute. I know good and well I ain't seeing this. But yeah, she never brought anybody back, to my knowledge, saying that this is.
I'm seeing a lot of comments. Somebody had a theory on Lady introducing Jarvis to Frank. Look, I don't know, but it's some sick shit going on. I do know that. Say, hey, spiritual detective and Miss Parker. Miss Parker here. Hey. I didn't see Miss Parker, but hey, if you here, hey, sunshine. I hit the skip button. Oh, I was too late.
With Lady being feminine, because you're right about that, because Naziyah's father did state that she was in, when he was fooling with her and stuff like that. Do you know anything about their relationship? Because he did say when he was fooling with her to make Naziyah, upon bringing Naziyah into the world, that she was dibbling in drugs at that time. So a lot of people's under the impression like she wasn't getting high at that time, but he did state she was dibbling into drugs around that time, that they was messing around. So do you know anything about?
Now that I don't know, because
it's also been said, if I'm not mistaken, that Naziyah's father was a drug dealer too. He was into that lifestyle.
Up until, let me see, I met Florentino in 2009, 2010. Up to about 2012, 2011, I had never seen Lady offer anything other than just weed or
So when did it
drinking a
get
little.
bad?
I would say the past maybe 3, 4 years.
Now let's get into Lady, because another thing in the 40 years of CPS, it was stated that Lady owed some drug dealers some money, and that they came to Annette's home and said that one of those kids had to come and pay off that debt, which was meaning Naziyah had to come and pay off a debt that Lady owed. Do you have truth to that? We talked about that, and you kind of broke that down for us.
Well, I know that she owed some drug dealers. I know that she came down here and left debt with the drug dealers down here. You know, there was a time there was a particular drug dealer that I knew. I knew because of the association in the neighborhood I lived in. And this same drug dealer, which I won't reveal his name, but he opted to help me during a situation that I was in where I was getting ready to get evicted and put out of my house. And the problem with that was, is me being somewhat handicapped now, I wouldn't have been able to know what to do at that time if I had.
The person speaking is Evangelist Kenneth Mitchell, who was mentioned on Shank Rock's YouTube some days ago or last week or so, and he is the ex-boyfriend of Annette's son Florentino, and he's been in the family for quite some time. Let's say 14, no, 12, like 2008-ish. He's been close with the Harris family.
I had a guy put out, so he opted in to help me. He gave me a total of about $7,000 to help at least buy me some time until I could get to where I needed to go to get better housing. And I will always appreciate him for that. But the respect level that was there, he had got angry at Lady because she owed him some money. And I told him, I said, listen, I don't know what you're gonna do, but you ain't gonna put your hands on her. Because you knew what this was. I told you what this was. So if whatever you chose to give her, that's on you. But you're not about to hit her. You're not about to put your hands on her. Now, whatever you do, you're gonna do it on your own time, because you're not gonna do it on this time. But
How
he
do you think?
respected
Go ahead, my bad. I'm sorry.
but he respected me enough not to do it. Now, I don't know if he authentically chalked it up as a loss or if it was just tabled for another time. But I do know that when you get into debt with these drug dealers, they will come out after you, and they'll either get you or they'll get something that's close to you. I do know that.
So how did they know about Naziyah?
Well, it was no secret that she was a mother. I mean, she went around talking about her kids all the time.
And why would they go to Annette's house and say that Naziyah would have to come and pay off the debt of all kids? Why would Naziyah?
Well, if you notice the spectrum of our world, they usually go after the female first. You hear more of female rapes and stuff like that than you hear of men. I'm not saying that men don't get raped, but you hear more of female situations than you hear of male.
Okay, y'all. So make sure y'all hit that like button for me if you don't mind. It's free. Hit the share button as well because this is some crazy shit here. Also, if I'm hearing correctly, basically, lady owed a drug dealer. The drug dealer wanted his money. Instead, they sold Naziyah for an exchange. What in the entire fuck is going on here? Says there's so much trauma and confusion within this family. Said the amount of deceit and distraction with this garbage family. My gosh. Say, nah, Evangelist trying to throw us off. Y'all think he's trying to distract us? His story seems so extreme. I'm not sure what to believe at this point. Say family can be a mess at times. Absolutely. Absolutely. That is crazy. Say bullshit. That's a cap story. Oh my. He say that's what he said, SD. That is what he just said now. Say he need to be on the stand, okay, Kirsten, because he know a lot. He know a lot. He acting like Roxy at this point. I'm still here, you guys. I'm sorry, just trying to get all this food. Look, long as you listening in on us and let us know what you think later, Kuana, Peachy, we here, okay? She said the fact that everyone is moving weird in Detroit. They trying to do everything they can to steal cover for Javirus. Oh, we listening to plot and contact. This is crazy. Let's continue, y'all.
And how did you get entwined with the drug dealer? Being an evangelist, Kenneth.
Well, at the time, I was living over on Summit, and I knew this lady because I used to work right down the street from where I lived at. So before I had a car, I used to walk to my job, and I knew this lady. Her name was Crystal, and she would always speak to me every time I walked down the street to go to work. And one day she invited me. She said she was gonna have a cookout in front of her house. She invited me to come to the cookout. It happened to be on a day that I was off of work. She had cooked up a lot of food, chicken, ribs, greens, macaroni and cheese. She had a whole layout out there. And I'm imagining at that time that particular guy was there, and he seen the way me and this lady started gaining a rapport with each other as far as our interaction. And so when I got into that situation, they told him about the situation that I was in, and he opted in to help me and not allow me to be put outside in the wintertime.
So was you messing with this man, evangelist, or
Absolutely not.
okay.
Absolutely not.
So we're getting into this. We're going into the lady owing this drug dealer money. So that story pans out to be true. Another story. And then boom, ladies up there in Ohio with you. Lo and behold. So you said she was getting off the hook. She was getting involved with all of these dealers and things like that. And boom, right before Naziyah goes up missing, who comes back to good old Detroit at the Traveling Inn? Lady, correct?
Correct.
So we're getting.
So for those that don't know, it's been said that around the time Naziyah went missing, I believe it was before. Okay, correct me if I'm wrong, but she was at the Travel Inn hotel. The Travel Inn is the one right on Connors and Harper, right up the street from the shop. That is the travel in. Now, if they talking about the Park Crest, it's called the Park Crest now. So I wonder if they talking about the Park Crest where they claim Naziyah was in Harper Woods, or the one on Connors and Harper in Detroit. Either way it go, if she was at either one, because Jarvis went to both of those hotels on a regular basis, it's still kind of weird to me that lady was at that hotel. And that's also one of the hotels that the twins went to have a threesome with Marquita's boyfriend.
Get into the disappearance of Naziyah.
Also, you guys, please help me meet my live goal. I see we got 1 out of 10 up there at the top in the left. If you can, please help me reach my live goal. Thank you so much.
And we come out to find out that because let me get my notes. Well, let's stay that lady for a second. So, I get it. Ladies she's on some big times, drug dealers and stuff, and I just don't want no parts. You try to help her. You said you try to get a rehab. Talk with Prince. What was it about the cell phone?
You said, Kenneth, you said the last time you had been down there, your cell phone had disappeared. You couldn't find it. Somehow you hadn't, and you've never seen that phone again, correct?
When I was down, I had a it was a LG stylus. I think it was a 2 or a 1 or something like that, and it had a government chip in it, where I had switched one of my numbers, to this free cell phone. They had a free cell phone thing, and so I put the chip in that phone, and then I had that phone, and I had my other phone. So the kids would always like to play with my phones when I was there, and
I see what's happening, y'all. Y'all, this is not Miss Parker's live. I am streaming Miss Parker's video. Shout out to Miss Parker on YouTube, you guys. This is her interview that she had with Evangelist Kenneth. Okay, this is not Miss Parker. She is not currently on the screen. You see me in that circle in the corner. This is Spiritual Detectives YouTube channel. But shout out to Miss Parker. Okay. And shout out to everybody who donated so far. Thank you so much to the Cash Apps and everything. I appreciate you all.
this particular day that I went down there with my phone, I only got my main phone back, but my secondary phone never came back with me. So supposedly it was lost. I don't know, because I didn't see it.
And do you remember that number to that phone?
Oh,
the area code?
I have to look on my Facebook history because I can't remember it right offhand. But
Okay.
I believe it was a 586 number though.
Okay. And so Naziyah uses your phone and boom, it just comes up missing. You didn't leave back with that phone.
Nope. And I looked for that phone. I looked all over that house for that phone. I couldn't find it.
Did you ever see anything fishy when she would use your phone when she was around?
No, never see it. She took a lot of pictures, I guess, she took pictures, to post them on her TikTok or something like that, but it was never no crazy pictures. It was just always just like a face picture that she would post on her TikTok. And I would delete them because that particular phone, first of all, didn't have that much memory in it to be holding all them pictures. And secondly, that wasn't the reason I had got that free phone. It was really to just have a secondary phone or a backup phone, which is like what I got now. I got the phone I'm on with y'all, and then I have a secondary phone.
Okay, so it was stated that, and I asked you that about Lady being back because it was crucial. It's very crucial to the timeline before Naziyah's disappearance. That it was stated that that Lady did give Naziyah a phone, but when Naziyah went missing, unfortunately, Lady, that it was stated at first that Lady had the phone again. And
thank you, Love Angel, for the super sticker. You know, it was a comment that said it seems like they're trying to frame. Here it is, Miss Kirsten. She said, "Sound like they're trying to frame Lady for this." For me, in my opinion, it wouldn't be that I would be trying to, or I'm not perceiving it that way, I guess. For me, it's crucial information because it lets me know that Lady was aware of some things more than what we have been told. According to Roxy, Lady was out of state. She had no idea what was happening as far as Jarvis go, but there was a time in Naziyah's life where Lady was aware of Naziyah and Vari being physically abused by Annette. But it is crucial information in detail that we know that Lady was in town. Even the day that Naziyah went missing, Lady was in town that day. She was here she was in Michigan, in Detroit. So to me, that makes a big difference. Because it's all speculation, but knowing something and still not doing something, to me, makes you just as guilty in a case where a child is missing and potentially unalive. And as a mother, as a person that birthed that child, you should be, you know, the number one advocate. Roxy shouldn't be outdoing the mother. Since she want to be the face of every goddamn thing, Roxy shouldn't be outdoing her. Thank you, Tia, for the super sticker. Let's continue, y'all.
And that she said they told the police that there was no phone. She never had a phone, but yet they said that.
That's right, Miss Erica J. She sure did. She was with them that day that Naziyah went missing the whole time. And Naziyah did indeed have a phone as well.
Lady was the phone was pinging back to the mother. Then they changed it and said the phone was pinging back to Annette, but they did state that the phone was pinging back to the mother, and which was stating that Lady had that cell phone back, and they was trying to figure out how did Lady get this cell phone back.
Well, I do know that Lady. I did hear talk of Lady giving Naziyah a phone and Tavarius, but I know it was always very common that Annette would take those phones because they don't be doing their house chores, and so she wanted to make sure they understood that it was important to do their house chores, so she would take the phone from them.
And a lot of the things that was wrote to Jarvis wasn't deleted. A lot of stuff wasn't deleted. And I did hear Annette say she took that phone, so I just want to know, with them saying they didn't know the relationship. A lot of people are saying they didn't know the relationship of Jarvis and Naziyah, which is stemming not to be true. If we're going to be honest, it's too much. We didn't know, and phones are being used. It's a lot of cell phones are being displayed in this case, and the fact that Annette saying she took the phone, but all of these messages now are coming back in the courtroom and things like that. So that's crazy that nobody's seen anything in these phones. And I'm not saying you did, Kenneth, at all, but I'm just saying, the phones are a big part into this. Taco Prince, you got anything you want to add with the Naziyah, lady?
Just to get clarification, Evangelist Kenneth, Naziyah and the kids did have access to phones, correct?
Yes.
They did have access to social media.
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to get clarification on that.
Okay. So
right, Love Angel.
Okay, so Lady was back. So Shannon did write Roxy on Facebook, and the crazy part about it is that you're saying that boom, Lady was back before Naziyah ever went missing, and Shannon is telling Roxy that Lady just popped up like, oh yeah, she's been here.
This is a good comment here. It says, T says, didn't they say Roxy got the phone? Which Roxy said on her own mouth. She said somebody gave her the phone. She didn't say who, but she said somebody gave her Naziyah's phone. Why does Roxy got this phone? It's still not on the stand. Like, if we already don't have enough reasons why she should be on the stand, that would be another one. But I deflect. And it says, and her and Lady were the two that went to the car shop and was allegedly finding evidence. Yes, to my knowledge. Said Roxy said someone called her to give them. Yes, she did say that, Jametta. You absolutely right. Thank you, Miss Erica.
But in fact, Lady's been back in Detroit.
Yeah. You know, because she ventured off from me when she was left from my side. She ventured off. She went to supposedly she went to Sandusky, Ohio, and then from there she ended up back in Detroit.
Because Kiwana was like, Lady was in Ohio with him, and he did state that, Kiwana, hey baby. So I want to get to this part too. I want to skip around Naziyah. I want to get to another predator around Naziyah. And I know this is going to be hard for a lot of people, and I want to say this to you guys. Y'all want to know stuff, but y'all want to run with theories and narratives, right? But when we have somebody here that's willing to talk, let them talk. You get what I'm saying? I'm not cooking anybody up here. I really just want to have dialogue and conversation. If we learn to do that, we'll go a long way with breaking down a lot of these cases. Okay, guys? So that's I am, and I'm gonna get you guys questions. Just give me a second, okay? I want to get to he said, so ask him what in any truth to the call supposedly made from. Okay, Sabrina, give me a second. You give me a second, okay? You give me a second. So I want to get to Eric Gamble a little bit. Kenneth. Kenneth, you still with us? Oh, here you go. Hold on.
I do apologize for that.
No, it's okay. I want to get into Eric Gamble a little bit. What's going on, Kiwana?
Oh, let me turn this right up so I can hear you. Hello?
Yes, I can hear you, Kenneth.
Okay.
I want to kind of get into Eric Gamble because he does it was a post, and I just want to get into kind of a lot of these videos that we're seeing because it still goes into the story of Naziyah. And I want to get into the fight that she did have, but I want to stick to Eric Gamble really quick. Can we talk about Eric Gamble for a second?
All right, Miss Erica.
What was his position in the house? Because was he in the house around Annette and the kids?
No, that's who that lady was over there in Sandusky, Ohio. I guess she wasn't with him because that's her uncle, but that's who she was hanging with over in Sandusky, Ohio. But now he has been in the house. But
who was hanging with Eric Gamble in Sandusky?
A lady.
Also, lady was hanging with Eric Gamble up in Sandusky. Okay, but was he in the house around?
So I guess we just gonna assume that lady had no idea about the video with what's the uncle name in Sandusky, Ohio? I can't think of his name right now, but y'all know who I'm talking about. Evidently, she had no idea about what he had done to her daughter. I hope not.
Naziyah and the kids.
Eric Gamble.
Yeah, I don't I can't say that he's a lot of time there, but he's been there from time to time. Yes.
And it was a situation me and you talked about, me, you and Taco Prince talked about, and you said that but Annette was on the phone, he was in there drinking. He would drink when he came to the house a lot. And that lady was on the phone with a pastor, and he went in her room and said some inappropriate things.
Yeah, and I still laugh about that situation. I'm sorry, y'all, but that was kind of comical to me because she, with the way she popped out that room, and what she said when she popped out that room. I remember at the time there was this lady, her sister. It was her sister. I call her Ziori. Ziori was living at the time, and Ziori was a person who was known to drink too, and she heard Annette popping off and Eric, and she started talking that wild Irish talk, how she would always talk. Talk about, we gotta pray, let's pray, let's pray, let's pray. And she was always silly. Ziori was always silly. God rest her soul. She was always silly. And she because Net, when she got mad, Net would get mad for real. And Ziori,
Okay, then. So, okay, two things. Clearly, lady was being attacked by her uncle. That shit not funny. You know, I don't know. Miss Parker was holding it together. My face would have been all twisted every which way. You know, because it's like, wait a minute, that's not fucking funny. So y'all do know what be going on. Y'all just don't give a damn. And he just said that Annette, when she get mad, she getting mad. So you have seen her abuse these kids. Let's just be honest about what you have seen, Kenneth. You know, I ain't trying to be funny or nothing. I'm serious. Stop playing with the people. You know, second time listening, and the answers are coached. You think so, Miss Monaz? Like what? Carla, hey Carla. He said lady came running out that room trying to get away from Uncle Eric.
Ziori would start acting a fool and clowning. She started driving around the street, going backwards around the street, around the corner in the neighborhood, driving down the street, going backwards.
So you did say Eric Gamble went in the room saying some inappropriate things while she was on the phone with her pastor drunk, right?
She did.
And what
we
talked about something else.
Let me pause this because we all know that no matter what nobody say, okay, we all could see that video with Eric Gamble and Naziyah and how uncomfortable she was. And he had a beer in his hand. Clearly, he had been drunk and drinking. Okay, we know that he would do inappropriate things to children if he was that comfortable doing that with Naziyah, and he would do things like that to grown women apparently. Okay, I hear out here in these TikTok streets and on YouTube that his so-called victim was lying. I heard that from Kenya. Kenya saying that, my uncle or her cousin Eric wouldn't do nothing like that, and if she ain't want to get hit, then she shouldn't have hit him. Okay, that's bullshit. I showed y'all the police reports. I showed y'all his pleading with the judge. He never denied anything that he did to the victim. Instead, he pretty much said he wouldn't do it again. Exactly. That video was very cringe, and it was definitely very creepy. You can tell that she wanted to get the hell away from Eric, but she didn't know how, and she probably didn't know who to run to because everybody just normalized it in that fucking nasty ass house. Some sick shit. And then he laughed about it. Why? Because they fucking delusional. Something's wrong with them. You don't laugh about somebody trying to get away from their drunk ass uncle who trying to hit on them and talk sweet shit to them. That's not cool. Cause I don't know. You right. You say that was Annette calling him or one of the Biggie Small sisters at the beginning of the interview. Probably, you're right, because he got interrupted a few times with some calls all of a sudden, right? Right. Then he hit her with a hammer, a sludge hammer at that. Yes, ma'am. That's not some shit somebody made up and you went to prison for, and you a 3-tier SO. That's not something that somebody made up. I don't care if you experienced it with Eric Gamble or not. You know, the facts is still the facts, and nobody has yet to come out and say that he was wrongfully accused, nor have they provided any paperwork. His son claimed that he was wrongfully accused. Okay, where is the paperwork? There is none. There is none to prove that he didn't do it. Say she held it together. It was hard for her to keep it together, her emotions. Yeah, and I know how it can be during the interview in real time, and you got the comments going and you can't really think straight and things like. So I get it. I do. It could be a lot. Say it was Becky and it was a Becky and she lied. You say it was a Becky and she lied, and Kenya voice, right? Look, we know that, it's a real thing that white women like to blame black men for shit. But in this case, I don't think that it was a lie. I don't think that it was a lie. And I can solely say that based off the fact that Eric Gamble never denied it. In his letter, he never pleaded to the point where I'm innocent. He said, I won't do it again. That's out of my character. That wasn't out of your character. That's who you truly are. Let's continue.
Something else that Eric Gamble used to go in his car and then engage in that you and Annette discussed.
So Eric Gamble hit the young lady who was the victim with a sledgehammer. He probably really should have been in jail, in prison for attempted murder. Really. Let me go back just a little bit because I talked. Hold on.
And she started talking that wild Irish talk, how she would always talk. Talk about, we gotta pray, let's pray, let's pray, let's pray. And she was always silly. Ziori was always silly. God rest her soul. She was always silly. And she Net, because Net, when she got mad, Net would get mad for real. And Ziori would start acting a fool and clowning. She started driving around the street, going backwards around the street, around the corner in the neighborhood, driving down the street, going backwards.
So you did say Eric Gamble went in the room saying some inappropriate things while she was on the phone with her pastor drunk, right?
She did.
And what we talked about something else that Eric Gamble used to go in his car and then engage in that you and Annette discussed.
Well, Eric, I used to see him out there at Palmer Park, so it was no doubt that Eric Gamble was bi-affectionate. He was bi-affectionate. I know that to be so because he used to hang out with some of the legendaries out there at Palmer Park. China and Tracy Quarterman, and he hung out with some of the legendaries out there. And for him to be that knit in is because he was a part of the LGBTQIA community to some degree.
So Eric was basically, he said sexual. Okay. So do y'all think that he may have been around? Now, this is just speculation and me just asking. I don't know for a fact, but he could have been touching on the little boys there too. Hell, he might have touched on Florentino. Florentino turned out to be the way he is for a reason. So I wonder if yeah. So apparently he's bi.
Yeah. And he would go he would do inappropriate things, inappropriate activities in the car with males, correct?
Yeah, I mean, to be out there, what that park was not for.
I couldn't hear you, Kenneth. What you say?
Yeah, that's what that park was known for.
Okay. Because he just plays a part in this story, and everybody, people shy away from it. But I want to give the people a picture with you being around of somebody that knows about the situation and stuff like that. And because he was in a picture behind Naziyah on a TikTok picture, and it was very inappropriate. And
Nikki says, if you're from Detroit, you know what time it is at Palmer Park. Exactly. Right. That's where all the LGBT things happen. Down low men, transsexuals, and streetwalkers. All of that is in that area over there.
people did, and we had somebody saying, "Oh, he wasn't like that," and boom, you tell us, you give us the rundown. So,
and Miss Evangelist, just to get a clarification, because what me and my sister Miss Parker always want to do is bring clarification to the situation. Eric Gamble, at that time when he came into the house and he was intoxicated or whatever, he's at that time was a tier 3 SO offender, correct?
I mean, I never knew his criminal history. I did never check that because I didn't think that was my job, because I was never there for him. Never there for him.
Did Annette ever tell you that he was a SO offender?
She never told me about any of that. She never about any of his criminal history. Simply, I'm imagining because I was never there for him. Never. My two points of contact in that house.
He tickled talking about Eric because him and Eric probably was tickling each other. I'm just saying.
Namely, what first one would namely been Florentino, and secondly would have been Annette.
Is it surprising that a video surfaced with Eric Gamble and baby girl in this situation that it just didn't look it was inappropriate?
For real, Nikki. Because he think everything that shouldn't be funny is funny. Weirdo.
I never seen them any compromising. I never seen them in any compromising situations, other than like I said to you about the garage thing, and that was when they stayed on Coreyville. Naziyah around, I believe, with the guy that lived next door, and that particular guy was kind of autistic himself. He wasn't the brightest light on the string, I tell you that much.
So Kiwana's saying, where is the paperwork he signed for the kids to get everything? She said, look, I didn't say he grabbed nobody, but he's not a saint either. What I said was he was putting his hands on Florentino. So
I just want to read this. So where is the paperwork he signed for the kids to get everything? Look, I didn't say he grabbed nobody, but he's not a saint either. What I said was he was putting hands on floor, and he was. Okay, I guess I need to keep listening.
So do you want to clarify that? And we all make mistakes, Evangelist Kenneth, you know what I'm saying? Because we do know Kiwana's family and
okay. I think they're talking about, he said he was gonna, if anything were to happen to him, then he would give everything to Naziyah and Vari.
Me and Florentino we was a couple.
But she's asking about, like, she said, she's saying that she did not put allegations out that you touched him inappropriate, because somebody did try to make like Kiwana said that, and we cleared that up. You know what I'm saying? Kiwana did not say that. So she wants to clear that up with you. You know what I'm saying? But she's saying, where is the paperwork that you said you was going to give the kids, leave the kids, everything. And she said about you and Florentino and domestic disputes in your relationship.
We had a couple of arguments that we had. I never would touch him because I was afraid that because I was I'm a bigger guy than he was, or he is. I was afraid that if I touched him, that I would have hurt him. And my dream was never to hurt him, and never want to hurt him. Never was that situation. So, but we did have some arguments. We had some sure enough arguments, and in that last argument we had, there was a few things thrown across the room. But that was in the heat of anger. But it was I really never would want to hurt him, and I tried to come back to him, not to be his boyfriend again, but to try to just, clear the air and bring, some closure to some things, and just to, to just.
Okay, wait, let me take this banner down because it says, no, boo, you beat his ass. So apparently he was being abusive to Florentino. And I believe he didn't answer the question about where's the paperwork. He definitely deflected real quick right there. So side eye detectives, okay? Side eye, because he did not answer that question. He did not. He said, can you take the banner off, please? I took it off. I just don't want it the comments to get confused with my comments. That's why I had the banner up. But I want to see what she had to say to this supposedly person who was involved with the family this much, because that is interesting. Hold on.
Kind of mellow that situation out.
So she's saying like, okay, so she's saying like you and Florentino did fight. Like, can you just be honest about you?
No, I never touched him. Now he did.
So why would he want to feel like, you beat his ass? You know what I'm saying? Just why did she feel like that?
He did, because he did get jumped, but it wasn't by me.
Was it friends?
It was by friends. We were staying over on the west side of Detroit, and I had, said, well, we should, invite a couple of friends over and have dinner, whatever, and play some cards and whatnot. So we did that, and I had cooked and stuff like that, and he cooked some stuff too. And we were sitting at the table, but see, Florentino had this thing where his mouth would get the better of him all the time. It would get the better of him. And so he started, and I told him, I begged him, please, keep it cool. Just don't do that. And so he, of course, he didn't listen to me. And the people that was there, they even broke my table fighting him,
Okay, so Evangelist, let's go back to what Kiwan is addressing, because you did speak with me last night about this, about the paperwork. Like,
okay, they finna go back to the paperwork. Sounds like, okay, what did he do to help Florentino? If he was getting jumped and getting his ass whooped like that, don't sound like he helped him. Sound like he wanted Florentino to get his butt whooped. But let's see what he got to say about this paperwork.
Your will and things like that. And so you did tell me last night that you have to redo the paperwork because allegedly, baby girl is no longer here. But you are still going to redo that paperwork, correct?
Yes. Now I just looked for last night, and apparently before I moved here, I lived in an apartment and it flooded. So I didn't know that paper was close enough to be bothered by that flood, but apparently it was. So I got to go back to my bank, my credit union, and get stuff drawn up again, or printed out again. But I have to get it altered because allegedly Naziyah is no longer with us. But I don't believe that. But we have to keep it what it is on paperwork,
Okay. So can you understand Kiwana's frustration? Because that is her cousin. And, you know, I've been in a domestic violence relationship where I became the abuser. You know what I'm saying? It's about taking accountability at some point. You know what I'm saying? We can, you know, have I been to church and stuff like that? And, you know, what I did is between me and God. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not here to judge you. But can you understand how Kiwana's feeling based on she knows you and I don't? You get what I'm saying?
But I never put my hands on him. We did have some arguments, but I never realized. But when it came to that, where those people did put hands on him, I didn't do anything. I didn't try to defend him or anything because I had begged him before that even happened. I had begged him to keep it cool, to not do that. Don't put yourself in that. And he didn't listen. So, you know, you can't tell grown people what to do. So when grown people,
it do sound like, you know, you're kind of admitting like, hey, you know, his mouth and hey, you know what I'm saying? I get it. I've been there. That's what I'm saying, Kenneth. I'm not here to judge you. I've been there where, you know, I became the aggressor. And it's, you know,
yeah, but
how do we move forward? You know what I'm saying? If we don't get it off and say, just be honest and say, hey, we did it. We did the damn thing. We rumbled. We tumbled.
I'm telling you what happened. I never touched him. We had some arguments. Yes, we did. But I never touched Florentino. But when he went off with them people that was sitting at my table, and I know that was because of his mouth, they touched him. And they did that of their own account. It had nothing to do with me trying to tell them to get him. They did that of their own account and how they felt about what he was saying to them.
Kiwana said, what was the age difference between him and Florentino? He stated like eight or better years.
8 years.
So I do want to start this. I do want to get into Naziyah because this is where the meat and the potatoes come in, because this is where we're here from. What we talked about. Taco Prince, do you got anything you want to cover before, you know what I'm saying? Anything, sis?
I want to try to understand the relationship with you and the beautiful queen Miss Kulani in chat. Like, dude, how are y'all relate? What is y'all relationship? You get what I'm saying?
Between me and who?
Kiwani.
We're not related.
I know, but your relationship with her.
Right.
Oh well, I mean, I've seen her maybe a few times, but I don't know if you could draw that to be something more than just an acquaintanceship. I mean, because we never really spent a lot of time around each other. It was more so me being with Annette, taking her shopping, me being with Florentino when we were together. You know, it was really, I mean, I guess you could say me and the twins and me and Lady and me and I would even say them, we had more time around each other than me and that young lady. We, you know, I don't have anything against her or anything, but we just never end up getting a chance to spend that much time around each other because it was always me being in the circuit of the immediate household.
Okay. At any time during this whole situation, have you tried to reach out to her?
Yeah, I call Annette all the time.
No, not Annette. Have you tried to reach out to Kiwani?
No, I don't know her number.
Mm-hmm. So, you know, after all the circulating and you see Kiwana and Janelle on the news, you never thought, as much as you've been around Vari and you said y'all was so close, that let me reach out to Kiwana and Janelle and see what's going on besides Annette. Because, you know, we hear that Annette is really got a strong, a bad side in this story. You get what I'm saying? So, you know, I'm just saying, when you love some kids and I see two of the family members, I'm going to call them like, hey, you know, even though we ain't getting along or whatever, can y'all kind of break it down what's happening?
I didn't have to call them.
Okay.
And we never had any dialogue with one another anyhow. We never really had no dialogue. Never have. We never had any dialogue amongst each other. It was.
You're fraudulently claiming more income than you're receiving.
Somebody said they called BS. That's what it sounded like to me.
It's a baby girl. Boom. You hear about it. How did you find out about Naziyah being missing?
When I was scrolling on my Facebook. And when I seen it, then I called Annette. And I said, please tell me that this is some weird joke. She can't be missing. And so she confirmed to me that she was missing. And so then at the time, I too had a platform. I still got it. I just haven't been active much on it lately because some stuff that happened with my eyes. But I too had a platform that I was active on, which was on TikTok. And I started saying to people in my midnight prayer page, you know, to keep the Harris family in your prayers. It's not about pointing fingers, it's about trusting God. If you happen to see Naziyah, please notify the authorities. Don't you try to be the authorities. You let the authorities do what their job is. And I kind of kept it at that, and I would keep them in my prayers when I prayed. You know, on the TikTok live, you know, I did that as well. And that was kind of like that. It kind of went in that order.
Do you know the exact date that you reached out to Annette about when they reached out when you found out Naziyah had went missing?
Can you repeat that? I didn't hear the first.
Do you know the exact date that you found out when Naziyah was missing?
I don't. I really don't. I know it wasn't long after I got back.
Would it be around January of 2024 up in there? January 24th, 2024 to be exact.
Yeah, it'd be around the beginning week of January because I hadn't too long gotten back from because I would go up to Detroit for watch night service. And I was.
Did she say January 4th, 2024? Naziyah went missing on the 9th. So maybe she made a mistake, or do I need to go back? Let's go back.
That you reached out to Annette about when they reached out when you found out Naziyah had went missing.
Can you repeat that? I didn't hear the first.
Do you know the exact date that you found out when Naziyah was missing?
I don't. I really don't. I know it wasn't long after I got back.
Would it be around January of 2024 up in there? January 24th, 2024 to be exact.
Yeah, it'd be around the beginning week of January because I hadn't too long gotten back from
Okay, so the other host said the 24th of January, but he's saying the beginning week of January.
Because I would go up to Detroit for watch night service. And I was with Kenneth Greer I was with Jerron Fontu, who passed away on Christmas Day last year. I was with Christopher Minor, who passed away a little bit before his birthday. I was with what is her name? It was Jerron's girlfriend. I can't think of her name right now.
So you were still with Kenneth Greer, the essay that allegedly touched Naziyah inappropriately.
Yeah, he just came. They came down here to pick me up to take me with them to watch night. No, it's we're not together. No, that's not a with me and him. No. He just came at me because they called me. Him and this other apostle called me and asked me, was I coming like I normally do? Was I coming to Detroit for watch night? But and I told him, I said, no, I think I'm gonna be able to make it because I don't have the finances to do that, first and foremost. And then secondly, I didn't have the transportation to do it. So they offered to come and pick me up.
So you how did Annette sound when you asked her about Naziyah been missing? How was she upset, or was it just a conversation like y'all always have? Being honest.
She sounded kind of sad about it. She did. She sounded like she was kind of lost for words about that situation. She did. Now again, this was just a conversation over the phone. But she sounded lost for words. I mean, as with anybody whose family member has come up missing. Excuse me, you hear about this kind of stuff on TV, you see it in the news, but you never expect it to happen to you.
And so throughout that time with Naziyah been missing, when's the last time you had been because Talk with Prince, wasn't he in? Did you ask him about when
you did tell me that you had went to Detroit for a New Year's party in New Year's of 2024, correct?
Yeah, I went to watch night service over at Destiny on Purpose Church on Chicago.
So that would have been the last time that you was in Detroit.
No. I went
Okay, so I did hear him say that he was still in contact with Kenneth Greer, his first pedo boyfriend before Florentino. He was still in communication with him around the time of January 2024 when Naziyah went missing. Not that has anything to do with the other. It's just the point that he still chose to communicate and stay in communication with a known pedo. At that point, there's no excuse as to why you're still communicating with the person that chooses to harm children.
Earlier this year with a friend of mine by the name of Dee Dee, she went up there to get some stuff from Detroit, and I drove her car. Not my car. I drove her car up there to Detroit.
And you did state that to us that Marquita was living in the house at the time Naziyah came up missing, correct?
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay. So we asked you about Naziyah being missing, and tell us exactly what you said about Naziyah being missing. What was it stated to you, Talk with Prince? How did it come out?
You stated, how can you look for something that's not missing, that we was looking for when we needed it to look near.
That's exactly what I said. I don't believe that I believe she's closer than what people think she is. I believe that she's not wanting to be found. I believe because she's not a dumb girl. Never that. She's always been pretty smart for I believe she's close. Now I do not believe that Annette knows where she's at. I do not believe that the twins knows where she at. I do not believe that some of the other people know where she at, but I do believe that her brother knows where she's at.
Wait a minute. He can't come on here talking about he don't believe Annette know where Naziyah is and then say he believed that the brother know. Maybe this mofo know a lot more than what they say. Embrace myself. There's some bullshit here, and he does seem sure of it. Like they say, what the heliante is going on here? The fuck did he just say? Now it does sound like he was maybe coerced to he probably actively texting they ass Shannon and them as he speak. They probably, I wouldn't be surprised if they was listening, because you know they watch from the bushes and shit. I know they was watching this. They probably was actively texting his ass. You bet not sound like Annette had anything. You bet not make it sound like my mama had nothing to do with her missing. I bet you. This is crazy. Let's continue.
So you said you think Vari knows, and what about the baby? We talked about Vari and this baby.
Oh, I'm so loud. Sorry. So they talking. He believe Vari know where Naziyah is. Is he done lost his damn mind?
Oh, that's the story in itself.
And you know, people's gonna wonder, like, why is he laughing? You know, the baby's missing. We're hearing some very crucial things. So why did you just laugh?
Talking about Vari's baby?
Yeah. What's your thoughts?
Now, I didn't know the baby was missing, but that whole thing, I mean, I feel my heart goes out to the life. Let me say that first and foremost.
Wait, is he saying that Vari baby is missing? What? Okay, do I need to go back? Because he laughing and it's like, what? I know that ain't true. That can't be true. I'll make this a little bit. Shout out to Miss Parker. This was definitely a needed conversation, in my opinion. Because I'm confused. Yeah, I'm finna go back a little. Let's go back to about 54.
Can you look for something that's not missing that we was looking for when we needed it to look near?
That's exactly what I said. I don't believe that I believe she's closer than what people think she is. I believe that she's not wanting to be found. I believe because she's not a dumb girl. Never that. She's always been pretty smart for I believe she's close. Now, I do not believe that Annette knows where she's at. I do not believe that the twins knows where she at. I do not believe that some of
them big back twins definitely know where Naziyah is at, Kenneth. Stop the cap.
Know where she at, but I do believe that her brother knows where she's at.
So you said you think Vari knows, and what about the baby? We talked about Vari and this baby.
Oh, that's the story in itself.
And you know, people's gonna wonder, like, why is he laughing? You know, the baby's missing. We're hearing some very crucial things. So why did you just laugh?
Talking about Varys, baby.
Yeah. What's your thoughts?
Now I didn't know the baby was missing, but that that whole thing. I mean, I feel my heart goes out to the life. Let me say that first and foremost. My heart goes out to the life of that baby. But the preparation was a joke. The preparation was a complete joke. It was laughable.
Why was it laughable? Can you explain so we can get better clarity?
Because, you know, how can I say it? How can I say it? You ever look at something and see a reflection of self in there? You ever see something and say, that's what I did when I was that age, or that's how I did it when I was that age, or that's what I thought when I was that age. And you clearly see a reflection of yourself in the mirror. Maybe not with all.
How do he see Vari in him or vice versa? And Vari's baby is not missing. I don't believe that. He said he didn't say that the baby was missing, I don't think, but don't insinuate that either.
With all the dramatic effects, but you just kind of see a lot of key points of things that you did, you know, and then seeing yourself, which is the finished product of what it is, how you kind of see yourself in some situations. That's
Kiwana saying, what's funny, Kenneth?
If Kiwana is listening to me, Kiwana would know what's funny. I'm saying it. I'm telling you what's funny is that, you know, the apple didn't fall too far from the tree with him. And he spoke that himself. He spoke that himself, that apple did not fall too far from the tree when it comes to some similarities of him and his mother. Now, I'm not talking about the drugs part.
Now, last night, Kenneth, you said, you know, when we asked, you know, told you about, you know, Vari having a baby around the same time of Naziyah going missing, and Shannon having an alleged miscarriage. You said that wasn't by coincidence.
Exactly. It's not, and that's based on them conversations that I heard when I was sitting in that van with them kids was standing over that sink talking.
Mm. So he's basically saying to you guys that he's giving y'all clarity that there was never a miscarriage.
What is we listening to? Like, this is my first time hearing this. I wanted to wait to unpack this shit with y'all. Okay. A lot of y'all have seen it. A lot of us have not. A lot of us gonna catch this replay and haven't heard this. He's basically insinuating that Vari's baby is Naziyah's baby. And that how is this possible for him to say that Annette, Shannon, and her twin didn't have nothing to do with this, yet Vari's baby is her baby. Naziyah probably really not missing. She could possibly be tucked somewhere. Like, what? I think he just trying to change the narrative, like y'all said in the beginning. She say, down the rabbit hole we go. But you know, he's saying all this shit. You're going to have to stand on it. He said all this shit. It's out there now. You can't take it back, Kenneth. You probably should have just shut up, Kenneth. That's the way I took it. That's the way he's saying it. He's saying you basically got to read between the lines. The apple don't fall too far from the tree. They all in cahoots and working together. That's basically what he's saying. Let's continue, y'all.
There was never a miscarriage. And do y'all not find it funny that Vari all of a sudden comes up with a baby at the time, at the same, ends up being a year old at the time of her disappearance, after her disappearance. And can you elaborate more on, like, being just straightforward, Kenneth, with Vari? The apple didn't fall far from the tree with his mother. Please clarify that for me. I need to know. I need clarity.
Well, they both got bi-affectionate tendencies.
Mm.
And he expressed that to me and his sister and his cousins, that he has bi-affectionate tendencies. He's expressed that to all of us.
Where would that come from? Like, where is it, all of this bisexualness coming? You know what I'm saying? Because I got to be honest with you, Kenneth. We're coming in a house full of monsters. Like, just being honest with you. It's a lot of predatory things going on, and a lot of people transitioning into the LGBT community. So Vari never mentioned to you that he got touched, anything. This is just, he just all of a sudden, just where we are.
He's never been touched. He just willingly expressed that out of his own mouth to me and his cousins and his sister, who was there at the time, of how he felt.
Mm-hmm. No, sister, you missing it. That's not what he's saying. I think y'all missing what he's saying. He's basically saying that's Naziyah's baby. That it's just coincidental that he's saying Shannon never did have a miscarriage. Shannon was never pregnant, if you're hearing correctly. He's saying that Vari is bisexual. You know what I'm saying? Vari wasn't into women like he's making. That is all basically a distraction.
It's an overlay for the underlay.
So, and you said they're looking, what did he say? Go ahead and go and talk with Prince.
You said that they're looking far when they need to look near. And you also said, why look for something that's not missing?
That's the question of the day. Why look for something that's not missing?
Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Because again, and I'm starting to feel like I'm being a CD put on repeat. But for the last time, the conversations, and this is my last time saying this.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
There was some conversations that them kids had in that kitchen while they were washing dishes or whatever. And those things that they said has come to pass. Every last one of them. There's nothing that was said that has not transpired. Now, I didn't say anything really much to Annette about it because, again, I try to leave myself as being the outsider to a certain extent to certain things, because I don't like to tell people, about their parenting skills. I don't want to do that. Like, I don't like giving people advice on their relationships, because then they get back together, then you become the villain.
Mhm.
And I don't do that. I don't do that. I keep my nose in the business that pays my bills.
Yeah, that's the problem right there.
Thank you. I see through you. So Mark D, 7 Mile Radio, has brought us this story. That has brought us to you, Frank, Marquita, Shannon, Marquita's boyfriend, saying the most. What about Frank? And things like that. Do you know Frank and anything about Frank being around the family and stuff like that? Because he's beginning to be a key factor as well into the story.
But I will tell you this about Mark D. Mark D need to cool it. He need to put some ice on it. Because there's some things that I personally know about him that if I came and expose it, he wouldn't even be able to so much as get a piece of bubble gum from a chewing gum store. So,
well, he needs to expose it at this point because he clearly know that Mark D is working with children. So if he insinuating that Mark D is a pedo, nigga, say it. Because Mark D over on Facebook claiming that people lying on him and creating false allegations about him. Allegedly, he was kicked out of Ohio for that very reason. Sent his ass packing. Let's continue.
So he need to chill. He need to put some ice on it. He really do. He need to let lion duck slide, let lion dog slide, and leave it alone. Because I wouldn't dare come at him with a halo because I would catch on fire.
Mm-hmm.
So he need to let it go because I personally see it's a good thing. It's something when you get so old and you got gray hairs that's older than certain people's new tricks, and so he need to let it go. In fact, you know, I have a close friend who was an advocate for the Wreck Boys and for Ruth Ellis. And if one call, one word, the police to have him so under jail, he won't be able to tell his butt from his face.
Well, tell it.
So he need to let it go. He need to let it go.
So let's talk about the Ellis Center.
Hold on. I'm finished your question. You are the host and you ask the question, and I believe that every question deserves an answer, right?
Yes, it does. Sorry, I apologize.
So now these other gentlemen, I don't know nothing about them. Now as far as Jarvis is concerned, I've seen him. I can count on less than a hand the times that I've seen him. And when I did see him, it was an in and out thing. It was an in and out thing. He would come and do whatever he was going to do at that house, and he was gone. We have no open door dialogue conversations with each other. And for the foreseeable future, we will never have any open door dialogue conversation with each other. About the only thing that I thought we had in common is the love for those children. I mean, on a right stance, let me say that. Hear me what I said, on a right stance, not that other foolishness, but on a right stance. The only thing we had a common gear for was the love for those children. And other than that, that was the only thing that we had in common. Because as far as I knew, I'm gay, he's straight. I like grown men, and apparently from most recent news, he likes little kids. You know, I believe in same gender love in relationships and marriages. And apparently he believes in
Right. He don't know what real love is, Nikki. Nor does he like fully grown man. 18 to me is not grown. You can't even buy liquor.
Fisher Price and Toys R Us pops. So we are as different as night and for the and for the most part, if there's any type of whatever else going on there, it does not include or entail me. My reasonings for being there, as I said once again for the last time, was for Annette, number 2, and for Florentino, which was number 1. And since he's no longer him and I are no longer in a relationship, my only reasons for coming there now is for Annette, number 1, and then for those kids, number 2.
Okay. We didn't get to the details of the Ruth Ellis and why you said he needs to be quiet, right? But you did tell us. Talk with Prince. You want to get into that?
Yeah, about the Ruth Ellis and Mark D. And you said that Mark D needed to cool it because you could tell some story. Tell us a little bit about the Ruth Ellis situation, if you don't mind.
Well, Ruth Ellis was generated by a lady who lived to be 101 years old. And this program started out of her house where she would take in kids who were disenfranchised from their mothers and fathers and family because of their sexual orientation. The government started, after she passed away, they started giving grants to this company or to this establishment to help them feed, house, and find job placement for these individuals. Mark D was caught embezzling money from these organizations. He got away with a substantial amount of money, and he went in hiding for a little while. He went under the radar. And so now he's come back out. It's now that he thinks that the air is washed away and that nobody remembers. But I do. And I have a friend who does. And we're the same age. So we date back to that same time and era. So I know some information in his embezzlement of what makes him, why he thinks he's cool now. That if that information was turned up and turned over, which I'm not going to do, not today, and I'm not going to.
Gotta have my mic on, but Kiwana Records here said that's the baby she took Barry to the hospital. So clearly he's telling a lie.
Do tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I don't know. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
By the time he got through with that, he'd be so old that every blink his eyes would dust. So I think he needs to cool it. I think he needs to stop being an enabler to the crackhead. I think that he needs to, if he wants to deal with truth, let's touch truth bounds. Let's walk on truth territory. But be careful, because the truth is like a double-edged sword. It cuts the dividing to the speaker and the listener. So I think he needs to cool it. Let's go back for him. Let's go back to talking about Sesame Street and lookalikes. I think that'll be a safe conversation for him.
Oh,
you need to leave this.
So Mark D needs to go back to talking about Sesame Street and yeah.
And likes. And leave this situation alone. Because he has no grounds or premise to shake his finger of scrutiny at nobody with what we know about him. Just let it go. And yes, I'm saved. I love the Lord.
Are you?
But let me tell you that a saint is just a sinner who fell down and got up.
Oh, he's a
So
joke.
I'm that B, capitalized, that will tell the story if he don't cool it.
Oh
So he
boy.
needs to go. Let it go. Let it go like Bishop Barner let his hair go in the 80s. Let it go.
Well, you just told
Put
it,
some
sir.
ice on it. Chill it. Click, take a picture, it'll last longer. And no, I'm not going to divulge that information. I'm not going to give that information right now. I'm not going to do that. Because this is not why we're here. We're here to talk about Naziyah Harris. We're here to talk about the Harris family and the do's and do nots and what could and couldn't happen. We're not here for other than that.
So we was talking about the t-shirts and stuff like that, you know what I'm saying? And the role that Roxy played in this with Lady.
First of all, let me compliment you on as the host of this platform. You're doing a marvelous job to keep things forward, and I don't find myself a spinning wheel in this. So I want to compliment you on that. Marvelous job. And your ability is going to go from here. It's going to hit the stars. I look forward to seeing you on national TV one day. And I'm gonna be like, oh, I know her. I was one of the people on her platform.
Right, because that's what it's about.
Okay.
He won't.
That's gonna happen. I truly believe that. I truly feel that in my heart.
He wants some type of
Now,
recognition.
Going to your question, the T-shirts and stuff. As we know that the police had informed everyone to kind of cool it on these shirts and these pendants and buttons and stuff like that because it was causing a problem with the investigation. Okay, and I can somewhat grab the understanding of that. But what was happening is that them two were both capitalizing financially on this, and it was no more about Naziyah, but it was about the money that could be made on her through this situation. It was not about, you know, oh, we miss Naziyah, we want her to come back home. This was about how much money can be made, you know. And it wasn't even to help the family out. It was for personal usage. And that's why there's an investigation with them to have to give that money back that they rose on that GoFundMe page because it was done with fraudulent intention.
Was it?
And Taco Prince, you want to collaborate on that one about the t-shirts? What was happening with Lady?
So basically, you said, basically with what was going on, this was it's like a drug holiday for Lady. Long as they keep feeding her drugs, she's gonna be numb.
Yeah.
They silence her. And basically, to your knowledge, just allegedly still going on. They're just feeding her drugs so she can be numb and not know exactly what's going on, have a voice in this whole tragedy concerning her daughter. So they can capitalize on and get paid off of baby girl's name.
If I can alter that just a little bit, say that Lady is doing more feeding herself drugs than anybody else is feeding her. But in the sense of both parties needing money, and we both know that they need money too, they're capitalizing off of Naziyah's unfortunate fame by those t-shirts. It's not about, oh, I miss Naziyah, or I want her to come back, or I'm earnestly, authentically trying to find her. It's more of a get. Even Naziyah's father, he never came around to none of her recitals. He never came around to anything, any achievement that young girl has ever had or made in school, because he was too afraid of his wife finding out. He never co-signed or really cared about that girl. All that fake stuff he was doing on the news, you know what? That's why God don't like ugly. That's why he ain't here no more, because all that stuff was a bunch of baloney.
Well, let me make this clear. Vari's baby is not missing. Not missing, okay? And it is not, his baby is not Naziyah's baby either.
I ain't no baloney since I walked in the store and looked at Walmart selection. He ain't about that girl, because if he did, he would have came around. All those times I was over there, because when I came over there, Annette treated me like the rest of the family. Wash the dishes, mop the floor, vacuum the floor, clean the table off, wash clothes, all that kind of stuff. And all that time I was over there, I never seen him come over there and say, "Oh, Naziyah, do you need a bike? Oh, Naziyah, what are you doing at school? How's your grades?" He never did any of that.
So she had Mr. Kenneth over there housekeeping as well.
He never did any of that. Talk about, I miss my daughter. If you missed her, you should have spent time with her. You had all these years to spend time with her. You didn't spend no time with your daughter because you so worried about that you went out there and messed up and it was going to slap you in the face. He never spent any time.
And so Naziyah is basically, you felt she's in Detroit. They're moving her around. Am I correct? I don't want to say it wrong.
Correct. Because I don't believe that Annette knows. I don't believe she knows anything about it.
And you said Jarvis is the fall guy.
He's just the fall guy. He's just the fall guy. See, people don't want to acknowledge that these kids nowadays are not as dumb as they think they are. These kids are very intelligent. These kids is working laptops, computers, knowing how to network and everything else.
So do you think he's the fall guy? I'm sorry, you go ahead.
Yes.
Is it because he has a record?
Yes. I don't believe it. Like I said, again, I was just getting ready to say, I don't believe his house is clean. I don't believe he's whistle clean. But I know he ain't got nothing to do with this. I don't believe it. I believe he's just the fall guy. Naziyah did what Naziyah Harris wanted to do. And she's doing what she wants to do even now.
These are some really heavy allegations. Miss Sexy Ray say we got 316 watching, only 166 likes. Y'all go ahead and hit that like button really quick. Okay. This sound like he know what he talking about. Not that I believe it. I believe it's all bullshit. But the way he's saying this is how would he know? How would he know? If you're claiming that Annette and Shannon and them, Roxy and them ain't had nothing to do with this, then how do you know this for a fact? Give us a pinpoint direction of where Naziyah is. You know, you can't make these type of allegations and not tell us exactly where she is. Now, him saying if he believed that maybe she is alive or she is somewhere or she's hiding out, and then he's saying that Jarvis didn't do it. Is that what y'all caught too? He's saying Jarvis didn't do it. So who the fuck did it then?
Do I condone it? No, I do not condone such behavior. I do not condone. But everybody has to learn their lessons. And unfortunately, sometimes you have to hit your head against the wall. before you realize that you didn't screwed up.
Mm.
I know I've done it. I've hit my head against the wall, and they're like, okay, no, this is not what I want.
Mm.
This is what I want to deal with. Do I miss her? I do miss Naziyah. She used to call me sometime. She said, hey, fat face. That's what she called me. She said, hey, fat face. And Annette used to say, Naziyah, want to talk to you. And I say, well, you tell Naziyah and Tavares they can call me anytime they get good and ready to call me. And they would say, hey, fat face. I would always tell, sometimes she would call me while I was at church, so I would have to tell her I'd call you back, which sometimes I got around to doing that, and then sometimes I did. But I was called, when I did call her, I said, hey, Naziyah, how you doing? I said, how's Annette doing? How's everybody doing? How your schooling going and all that good stuff? And I would typically keep the conversation short because honestly, what do we have to talk about, really? Other than me reminding her that I love you and I want you to do the best. I want you to be a bright star that shines. And that's pretty much it. And then I keep going about my daily routine, what I do up here. Or should I say down?
I was just about to say that Kirsten, he needs to be a witness. At this point, you seem like you know more than the police, the detectives. You know exactly where she at, who did what, when they did it, who ain't did it. Like, come on now.
Down here.
Kiwana, I gave you my email. I don't want to discuss it on here and stuff because he wanted to move past that. But
Evangelist, just to get clarity, last night you did tell me that.
Hold up. Kiwana, what you got to say? Bring it out.
No, she said back to the kids, if Mark has done anything, he needs to report it.
Well, the Ruth Ellis Center really doesn't just involve minors. It involves adults too. And so it wasn't a sexual scandal. It was a money embezzlement scandal.
And you were saying that he was embezzling money?
Yeah, he got away with quite a bit of money from both centers.
And also, he's had issues with the recreational boys himself?
No, because he wasn't necessarily dealing with them. He was dealing with the money. And the people that were in lieu of the money. One of my close friends was an advocate for. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. I gotta get this charger. Just give me a second. This phone about to die.
Okay.
Cause my phone about to. I don't want it down, y'all. But yeah, he wasn't. And I remember, during that time, he was advocating. My close friend was advocating for the Ruth Ellis Center and for the rec boys and so forth. And they were always in dire need for some money. And come to find out, he was the one that was embezzling the money from them.
Mm. So last night, we did talk about the issues, and I just don't want to put that out there on Mark D. That allegation. So I retract the allegation about that. So talk with Prince. You want to add anything to that one?
No. I did have a question about no, I don't think we got there yet, but I don't want to forget that question about
Come on, Bishop. Come on. Spit it out.
Yeah,
okay, so back to the church situation. Allegedly, Shannon and Annette had a relations with the pastor. Do you know anything about that?
Well, I don't think that Shannon had any relation with that particular pastor. You know, but I do know too that pastor, you know, he is he comes from a history. I'm gonna say it like that, and I've known him ever since I was like 16, 15, 16 years old. And I even know his number. I know his number. In fact, have it on speed dial. And I don't think that he's had no type of thing with the kids, but I do know that he's had something with the grandmother. So, but I don't serve it as being a wrong thing, because from what I'm to understand, that marriage between him and his wife is kind of creaking over the edge. Is my understanding of that.
Okay, and Annette, the church that you told me, Annette has always been a member of that particular church, correct?
No, she used to be a member of another church on the east side, and she just we were talking one day, and she just felt like she had outgrown that church, and so that's when I introduced her to the church that she's part of up to now. As far as I know, I'm the one that introduced her to this church.
So right about now, would you mind if people come up and ask you questions, Kenneth? Just a couple of questions.
No, sure. Hold on. Just let me plug the phone up, because I don't want to cut off on nobody.
And I'm telling y'all now, if Kiwana want to hit the link, I'm not letting anybody else hit the link. If she does, if y'all come up here, it's definitely not going to be anything disrespectful, the tone or anything. So if you come up, I'm knocking you down as quick as you come up. If it's not respectful, Coach TV, welcome. I see that you have a channel as well. Shanitra Speaks, thank you. Have you seen us podcast? Thank you. I appreciate all the content creators that came through. Okay, here goes the MO to be on the panel. Who, Davita? Who are you referring to? I think you should be careful and speak facts. But if anybody has a question, feel free to pull up. This is your chance. I'm letting y'all come up. So be respectful. Thank you, Kimberly. Thank you. I dropped the link in the chat. I am a little behind on the comments, but if you like to come up,
say, yep, Mark do sell rugs. I care because it concerned lady.
And he did state that, Kiwana. He definitely stated that to us about what you just said about this. I don't, you know what I'm saying? Some things.
You hear me?
What'd you say, Kenneth, babe? What'd you say?
I just said I'm back. I'm back.
Okay, Melinda. I dropped the link. Y'all welcome to come up. Here goes Aisha. Hey, Aisha, welcome. Thank you.
Ms. Parker. Thank y'all so much for having me up. I have one question, Evangelist. And hello to the other young lady on the panel. In the video, are you able to hear me?
I hear you.
Where you recorded the happy birthday, when they were singing happy birthday?
Yes.
There's a part where you take a deep sigh like somebody got on your nerves. Do you remember, it was right before someone was talking, do you remember what irritated you in that moment?
Oh no, I wasn't irritated. I explained that I had a fall back in 2020. And when I'm standing up sometime, it's like my breathing is kind of off. That's why I'm sitting down even now, because when I stand up, it's like I find myself breathing kind of heavy. Some people would think I'd be having an asthma attack, but it's not that. But when I had that fall, it shifted a lot of things in my body, and my breathing was one of the ones that was affected by that.
I thank you for answering my question. When you get a minute, go back and look at it. And if something jogs your memory, tell Miss Parker what it was. Because it wasn't your breathing pattern changing. Somebody started talking and you was just like, like that person really aggravates the hell out you. But I don't remember. I couldn't see the person on the camera who was talking though. So watch it again. And if you come up with what, because it was so long ago, you may not remember. But if you do remember, tell Miss Parker what it was. So I was like, what got on his nerve? Who was it that got on his nerve? Whoever was talking, they got on your nerve, let's say. You could hear it. And you were sitting down. Yeah.
I will go back and listen because I don't remember, but I'll go back and look at it, but I don't remember.
Okay, and if you figure it out, just tell Miss Parker what it is. Because I think to me, that's a piece too, because it's something that you felt in that moment that you may not have verbalized, but you could tell it irritated you.
Okay, well, I'll look back at it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Miss Parker.
Thank you.
Y'all have a great
day. All right, sister.
Hey,
Tracy, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Miss Parker. God bless you and God bless your platform. You are amazing. This is amazing. I just have two questions respectfully. Sir, you had said, and I just want clarity, I want for my understanding. You stated that Zaya was not missing. And also you had stated that Vari was also stating that he likes to dip and dab. I don't want to judge him or say the word, but how is that? Is that facts? Is that how did you know? How did he get to tell you that? Was it in a conversation? And how do you know that Naziyah is not? I mean, she is here. Where is she?
Well, it's based on the conversations that I used to listen to them have. You know, I didn't purposely, intentionally go to listen, but when I would go out to my car, because sometimes when I talk,
definitely give Roxy vibes.
on the phone, my voice is rather loud. So to respect the house, so I just went out to my car and I would sit out there and have, talk to whomever I was talking to. And in sitting out there, I heard some conversations over that sink that was there on Coreyville. And it's just so strange that all those conversations is just taking fruition in the past year and a half, well, almost a year and a half now. And as far as Vari's situation is concerned, it wasn't a one-on-one conversation. It was more just him talking in the midst of me and all of his cousins and his sister. He said he was bi-affectionate.
Okay. So the first question that you answered, I don't understand what you were saying because I'm from Louisiana, so I don't know what you're talking about, and I don't think that was a direct answer about how do you know Naziyah is here. And with Vari, did you guys ever think to question his motive for wanting to? And Miss Parker, no disrespect to your platform, I'm just trying to get clarity because I think the world is wondering. So if y'all knew that something was going on with Vari, because I am a grandmother, and if my grandson states to me that he
Welcome to the first test round.
Y'all, I'm getting over this here. Oh shoot! So I don't mute
to that world. So I'm just that is why I'm asking that question because we know that this house has many secrets. We know that there is so much going on, and I'm my heart hurts because how can you say that this child is here when everybody is looking for her? How?
I'm going to clear up both of your questions, if you allow me to. First of all, the first one you asked me about Vari. The reason I didn't say anything because I know that situation can be a very touchy topic, as I am LGBTQ myself, and I've heard of some of the horror stories that happen with outing people and with exposing their sexual orientation. So a part of the HIPAA law tells me that I'm not allowed to do so.
He's a
So
minor. He's a minor.
so I don't do that, and I refuse to do that. But now I do know that he has had a lot of, I want to say, indirect viewing because of me and his uncle was together. You see what I'm saying? And so kids they start questioning when they see relationships that they don't normally see. So and me and Florentino was together for almost 5 years. Now when it comes to Naziyah, I don't believe that she's missing. I just don't feel it. And then not only that, but they had a lot of conversations about not wanting to be there in the house. They never said why necessarily, but they did say that they wanted to go.
Okay, so she's not missing. Where is she? And I know you're not in the home. I know that you don't live there, but this is an accusation that you're stating for the world to hear. So if you feel
and
that
I stand behind it. I don't know where she's at, but I believe there is one person who does.
And who might that be? We need to talk to that person. Ms. Parker,
Tavarius.
invite that person to your platform.
Tavarius. Vari.
Okay, well then because this is serious. You got the world that is, and I'm so sorry, you guys, but this just touched me in a different way today. You got the whole world is wondering, and because some of us have stories ourselves. You know what I'm saying? So if you got a child that's missing, I'm sorry.
I gotta mute Kimmy. Kimmy, was you trying to say something or let her finish? Go ahead, Tracy.
You got a child that's missing, and
no, I wasn't.
And someone is saying that she's still here, or somebody know where she is. Then we need to know. We need to get clarity. We need to have understanding. And I'm not trying to come hard on you, but I'm just going by what you were stating.
I don't think that you are.
I mean, come on, baby. We got the we all we want justice for Naziyah. Miss Parker and
I do too.
Time and all their energy into this. I mean, I'm
giving
sorry.
You no, don't you dare be sorry. Don't you dare be sorry. I'm giving you the answer of who I believe knows where she is.
But it seems like a lot of
questions. And if you would take a moment, I don't know if you have Instagram. I have to go on there and give you the name, but if you would look at his page, you will find that in those first few months, there is nothing indicating any type of loss or wonder or anything. Nothing. There's nothing there. It's blank.
All right, I get that, and I'm gonna accept that. But some of your answers are not direct. Like I'm not trying to be rude to you, but some of your answers that the questions that they're asking you, it's like you going around in a pool. You're not giving us direct answers. And I thank you, Ms. Parker. I'm gonna leave your platform, right? I mean, leave this panel because I don't want to do anything disrespectful or say
No, I
anything
mean, you're just asking questions. I don't see nothing wrong with
But because I'm a mother and I'm a grandmother and I lost a daughter. And that's not, and it's something that I'm going through every day. It's not about me, but I'm just saying this just touched me in a different way today, just listening. And sir, I respect you and I thank you for coming, but I do feel that you are not being direct. I'm not sure who you protecting, but hands down, let's not protect no one. Let's not protect no one, because and we're all wanting to know what happened to this child.
Eight
Something
Sleeps
ain't
brand
right.
new Pod 4
He blaming Vari is crazy.
With all due
Because
respect, it sounds like it more so sounds like you have allegiance to that family.
Thank you.
Well, you know, I do love that family, and I would be lying to you if I said that I didn't.
But stop
However,
protecting them.
Calm down, Tracy. Calm down a little bit. Hold on.
Hey, ladies,
Hold
hold
on,
on, ladies.
hold on,
Hold
hold
on,
on.
ladies, hold on. Let's remain calm. Let's remain calm,
But if
please.
you're looking for
Hold on,
me
Kenneth.
to,
Hold on, Kenneth.
no.
Evangelist, hold on a second.
Hold on, Kenneth.
Peace.
Tracy, I didn't mind you asking questions, but all of that, y'all gotta understand my nerves. And I get it. Y'all want your questions answered, ask them. It's the way you ask things. I stated that. So if y'all came up here to argue, I don't even want to hear it. I'm just being honest. My nerves.
And Miss
If
Parker,
you're
I know.
looking,
Hold on.
if you're looking for me to make up a story,
Evangelist Kenneth,
for
hold
you
on.
to have,
Hold on, man of God. Peace, man of God. Peace. Miss Parker, I know this your platform queen, okay? But we have to do everything with decency and in order, guys. Okay, kings and queens. I know y'all have answers, but we ain't gonna get on here and get to yelling. No, we ain't gonna do that. Okay, we gonna let y'all ask some questions, but we ain't gonna get to yelling. We know y'all nerves and emotions are on high, but let's respect Miss Parker. Let's respect everybody that's on the platform, please.
if I may.
Go ahead.
I know that there's a lot of things that's out there, and there's a lot of people saying all sorts of different things, and a lot of you are in question about that. But I'm not here to make up a story to satisfy your curiosity. I'm here to give you the facts as to how I know them. I'm not going to give you a story and make up something so you can have a sense of false closure. I'm not going to do that. I'm not here for that. But I will give you the facts as to how I know them and how they have been presented to me. I'm not going to give you some make-believe, false shenanigans to give you something to digest that's not real. Because at the end of the day, I have to answer to God. I don't have to answer to the Harrises. I don't have to answer to you. I don't have to answer to anybody, but I have to answer to God. And I'm not going to give some false answer or some make-believe answer just because it makes a few people feel good, scratches a few ears, or scratches a few heads. I'm gonna give you. You hear me?
Kimberly, come in, sis.
Okay. So just for clarification, I just really want to know this for clarification. Is Lady Annette's biological child?
As far as I know, yes.
Okay, Nikki.
And how long was she on?
Kimmy, hold on. Let me cook.
How long was she addicted to drugs?
Kimmy, one second. So last night we asked you, because I wrote it down, Evangelist, about the kids. Talk with Prince.
Yes.
It was stated that Annette had, I wrote it down, Boo, Shannon, Marquita, and what was the other? Oh, Chris, Boo, Florentino, Marquita, and Shannon was like her biological kids.
Okay.
Is that correct, Evangelist?
That's correct.
Okay. Go ahead, Kim.
So now we're hearing, according to Kenneth, Lady is not even her biological child. Like, what? And you know, I'm trying to pay attention to the comments too on here and see what's said from. I guess I'm gonna just hit play and see if anybody else from the family said anything. Like, how is Lady not? You say, oh, he okay. Let me hear play.
Fact that she was addicted to drugs because of what happened between her mother's husband and herself, or was she addicted to drugs before that point?
Well, I know that Lady was hanging out with some people that was in that lifestyle. She was hanging out with people who was there, and you know, a lot of times she was checked about that. But again, Lady is grown and she's able to do as she pleases, even if not considering the repercussions of what could have potentially happened to her or to those that are around her. She did as she pleased.
Have you ever sat down and had conversations with Annette about Lady or about what happened between
I guess
Charles and
I wish they had asked, how do he know that to be true? How do you know that Lady is not Annette's biological child? And if he knew anything about Annette's first child that she had when she was about between the ages of 11 and 13. That's what I wish they would have probably went into a little bit more. We need proof. Like, how do you know this? That girl has never in life ran away. Okay.
Lady to kind of clarify where Annette's mind was at with that whole situation and how she subsequently ended up getting Naziyah after that incident?
Me and Annette has had conversations about Lady, about her addiction, about you know, what she's doing to herself, and the answer that was given to me is that she loves Lady, but she's washed her hands of Lady because Lady don't want to do right. And that's the extent of our conversation of that. And it's been had multiple.
Well, that's probably why he got sounds like he has such a disdain for Lady. Even though, you know, we all have our own opinions about Lady, but it sounds like he has a disdain for Lady, and that will make sense being as though he was close with Annette, and Annette don't like Lady, obviously.
Multiple times, but it never went past that.
Anything else, Kim? Mel, you want to come in?
Yeah, because you know what? I'm just going to say one other thing as far as her loving Lady and her washing her hands because Lady don't want to do right. Actions speak louder than words. And when she was in court and, you know, she knew that that court case was being broadcast, I'm sure I don't sit by myself when I say her actions show a totally different view of her loving her daughter. She showed and displayed that she loathed her daughter in court when she spoke about her. She didn't seem like she had any love for her daughter at all when she spoke about her in court. And that really made me feel some type of way.
And I can believe, I can definitely believe that based on some of the conversations that we had, because she was very adamant on that Lady had put herself into this viewpoint, and she wasn't going no more with Lady and whatever Lady was choosing to do with her life.
Yeah, sure.
So, Ms. Parker.
Thank you, Ms. Parker, and I appreciate you answering my questions. Have a great day.
Hi, sister, love you. Hey,
Thank you,
Mel,
Ms.
what's
Parker.
going on?
Hey, I have four.
Nikki Love, who is talking?
Okay. This is Mel.
Okay, because I got Nikki Love up here too. Go ahead, Mel. Well,
Okay.
Nikki Love, let me let Nikki Love. She hit the panel first, Mel. Nikki Love,
Okay.
jump in.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, my question, Kenneth, I understand what you're stating, as far as the children speaking about running away and that, but I think that sometimes we have false.
Where the fuck is she? What did he hear? No. We're not gonna bypass this.
Hopes.
Where is she? Is a good
Do
ass
you
question.
believe that the prosecution has a premeditated M for Jarvis without substantial evidence? They have to, if they've gotten to a premeditated M for Jarvis.
If I can, I would like to kind of dive into that just a little deeper, if it's okay with you, to kind of give you a picture of what's going on. By no far stretch of the imagination do I believe that Jarvis is a prayer book. I don't believe that. I don't know him that well, but I don't believe he's a prayer book. But I believe that in this world we're living in, people prey on the weak and handicapped. And his handicap, if you will, is the fact that he has a record of similar doings, if that makes any sense. And I believe that he was utilized in this matter by the kids, not the adults, but the kids, and used him so they could escape and do their own thing. Because, first of all, kids get of an age sometime and they get to smelling themselves and they want to do what they want to do. And they don't want mama, daddy, sister, brother, uncle, auntie telling them what to do. And these kids are a lot smarter than what we think. And I believe acting is a real thing.
So he's seemingly sounding like he's trying to blame the children for being targeted by a predator. As a former predator himself, I'm not surprised.
And sometimes people that's not paying attention can be sucked into something unknowingly and catch the rap for something that maybe they are not responsible for. Now
Okay,
that does not say that he's a prayer book. That does not say that. But that does say that there was an ignorance there where he didn't realize that he had got snatched into something that he may not have done.
Okay, Kenneth, I understand what you're saying, but sometimes in our culture, we get caught up in old beliefs. And I do believe in pretending, but my thing is there is a prosecution that has investigated. They have over, I believe, KW said 8 or 80 terabytes of information.
You blocked out on me.
You cutting in and out. You cutting in and out, sister. Nikki, you went out. Mel.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we got it. Yeah, okay.
I'm sorry. I was just saying that I'm an avid trial watcher, and evidence speaks louder than theories, speculation, hopes, and I mean, I've watched countless trials, and the prosecution is not going to bring a charge against someone if they don't have substantial evidence.
Right.
I can understand that, but because this is Detroit, can we bring up some history on Detroit and their flawed justice system? We can go to the fact that we had a mayor there that was embezzling money. We have workers there that was living tax-free and water bill free, and that was going on the residents of the city. And they finally got busted. We can go even on the fact that we have had there, and I say we because I was a Detroitian before I was a Cincinnatian. We had police there in certain precincts that you would go to report certain things, and they would laugh at you like it was a joke. And these would be some very serious cases and causes. We can even come up to today's date and time with me. I have some driving on license suspended tickets, and I have served time, paid fines, did community service, and all of that. And when it was all over, they said, "Oh, you were clear," and only to find out I come here to Ohio to get my license, and they were still holding on to a case that's over 20 years old. So when it comes to Michigan's judicial system, I have no faith in it. I don't have no faith in their school systems. I don't have no faith in their judicial system. And quite honestly, I am sad to be named as a prior Detroitian because the systems have failed everybody.
Now that part I absolutely do agree with, and he does have a valid point.
From the eldest to the youngest. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not saying that I have no preconceived hopes for Jarvis or anything that's going on with him, but I do know this, that Michigan's judicial system have failed a lot of people. There's no services there.
Well, let me clarify. I agree with the fact that our systems are very corrupt. Okay. Everything else.
Help the people. There's no jobs really there to help the people. And even the things that are being built in the city now is not geared around the Afrocentric part of that city. They're geared around the foreigners and our light-skinned brothers and sisters.
Okay, I'm from Detroit, born and raised, East Side. I'm well into my 50s. There's corruption in every state with
You're
the
correct.
judicial system. However,
facts is facts.
The issue is, I mean, we're talking about a lot of other things, but the focus is on a child currently. And I don't believe that the evidence against him is not, I mean, it's there. It's got to be there. I mean, they got cell phone. I mean, nowadays, it's hard to commit a crime. I mean, you can't get away with committing crimes because cameras are everywhere. Your cell phone tells the story of your life because people do not veer away from their cellular devices.
You are absolutely right.
Here in Detroit, this isn't new. I understand your respect for Mark D, but Naziyah is in question, and Mark worked close to Roxy. We can't get on her and not him because he has a podcast.
Hey, you're absolutely right. And this is why I say again that I don't believe that Jarvis is a prayer book. I said that a few minutes ago. I'm not saying that he's a prayer book. I have no preconceived hopes that he is a prayer book. However, I know that the avenue of approach is as far as the eye can see. And sometimes you can be blackmailed And many things can happen to you to cause things to look some way that they're not. And if you have no proof to back up your thought, then you're just as good as gone.
Okay, so chat that we do entertain his theory. Okay. Jarvis does have a history of abusing children sexually, and he served time for just that. We don't have any evidence that or a record of Jarvis is proven that he has unalived anybody. But do we give him a pass for being a potential suspect in the unaliving, potentially unaliving of Naziyah? Do he get a pass? Or if we were to entertain Evangelist so-called Kenneth theory and say, you know, maybe he was framed on, or maybe someone was working with Jarvis and things went wrong and there were other people involved. But to just take him out of the equation altogether is bizarre. We have concrete evidence that Naziyah was indeed with Jarvis in her last moments, okay? So we can't just erase the fact that he was indeed with her. Now, my theory is maybe somebody else had Jarvis's phone and there were other people involved and they were going all over the city of Detroit from the east to the west to throw the case off. But nonetheless, people had laid their two eyes on Naziyah, according to testimony, that they had physically seen her in the flesh. So don't let this motherfucker fool y'all. He need to quit fucking playing.
Okay, I'm just basing it off just the text messages alone.
No, I'm not saying you. I'm not saying you. No, I'm not saying you.
I'm just basing it off the evidence that I've seen in the interrogation when Detective Shannon Jones read Jarvis' text message between him and Naziyah. And I'm going to close it out because, I mean, we would just have to see what presents and all the evidence will be, and that's how we determine whether Jarvis is innocent or guilty. Right now he's innocent until proven guilty, but I'm just basing it off just the text messages alone. Jarvis is not looking good at
and over in these negative woods on YouTube on Spiritual Detective, he guilty until proven innocent. That's how I approach all of these cases. Prove that you're innocent. Show us what you did to get justice for these kids and get them to safety. That's when I will deem that person a reliable source. Jarvis is guilty. At this point, he need to be trying to prove his innocence. And anybody else, Shannon, Annette, anybody else that was involved who Kenneth is claiming had nothing to do with it. Okay, everybody is in question. They got up on that stand and lied. Okay, Annette lied, Shannon lied. Hell, the baby mama with the blue car probably lied, claiming she didn't see Naziyah that night. Well, I beg to differ. Everybody guilty until proven innocent, and that's word from Spiritual Detective, honey. All right, let's keep it moving.
At this point.
No, he's not. Absolutely not.
With his involvement, because those text messages that she read off, it was pages of that. And it took two and a half days for those to even be read. And they were so, I mean, even Judge Sibyl,
No, I get it, Nikki. That's just something I always say. Just even before I came into doing these cases, everybody guilty in real life, in my real life, because I was too trusting. So I had to tell myself that everybody guilty is proven innocent. We don't just trust people no more.
Theory was that something went wrong with an alleged proposed abortion that took place, and something went terribly wrong. So, I mean, for a judge to have that type of theory behind something. I mean, I know she doesn't know the case. She just knows what's being presented, just like we can hear what's being presented. But again, we do have to wait for the trial to see the evidence, because right now, Jarvis is an innocent man until he is proven guilty in a court of law. And we will find that out in October. But I understand what you're saying.
Before you exit, I just want to say this too. Just to piggyback on what you're saying. It doesn't look good for him. But that also goes back to what I said to Bishop here, that communication should have been a bigger part of what was going on here. Not just on the outsider, but also to the insider as well. Communication should have been a big part of that. And there was obviously a failure in the ministry of communication, which is how this got to this point.
I kind of don't really know what you're speaking about. I'm a little confused.
Well, to just fill you in, you know, how there's some parents who feels that, oh, I know it all, I got it all controlled under the rules. I don't need nobody saying nothing to me. I don't need to hear from nobody. I got this thing under control. And see, this is an error, because Scripture tells us when a man begins to think he's wise, so he'll be made a fool, that Christ may make him wise. So that means there should always be a door of communication. Nobody should feel like, or that old theory of children are to be seen and not heard. No, children ought to be seen and heard, because if you don't listen to them, you will miss out on a window of information that could help prevent things like this from happening.
Yeah, I totally believe that too, that children do need to have a voice. But again, in our culture, with the type of beliefs, systems that we were raised on, they were not true. And I mean, we'll just end on that. But if there's a lot of reasonable doubt in social media, you best believe that Jarvis' defense attorney is looking at this whole social media, and they're going to use some of this reasonable doubt that's out here. But if we want a real conviction, I mean, we have to really not speculate and spread untruths too.
I was just about to say that, because she Lack says, why does this case have so many twists and turns? That's because it's a lot of lies and chaos. You know, truth is devoid of lies, and lies is devoid of truth. So somebody's lying. Either they coming in with distractions, you know, or just flat out lying to protect the ones that they want to protect. It's no in between. It just is what it is, right? And I feel like a lot of lies are piling on top of the truth to protect certain people, and not only people, to protect these systems as well. Somebody is trying to cover their ass.
So
right.
I like how Toledo, how their news did that one report. It was excellent, because it asked the questions that the public wants to know. But unfortunately, that didn't happen.
Right, that didn't happen here in Detroit. That didn't happen here at all. Annette ass ain't want to get up on the stand.
I mean, we have to
not get up on the stand, but she didn't even want to do a news report. They had to basically beg her to do that. The reporters didn't ask the right questions about Naziyah. That was what was giving the public an idea that somebody day in on it. These systems, CPS, the news, the police departments, that what was giving us the idea, because they did not seem concerned about Naziyah at all. Right, the press conference, they didn't seem concerned about Naziyah at all. It was almost like, oh shit, we fucked up, we got to cover up some shit now. That's what it seemed like, and it still seems that way on down to Kim Worthy. She doesn't want anybody to talk about it. Oh, we got our one and only suspect, that was it. Okay, anybody with common sense know that Jarvis was not alone.
Really not speculate and spread untruths too. So
right.
I like how Toledo, how their news did that one report. It was excellent because it asked the questions that the public wants to know. But unfortunately that didn't happen in Detroit, and Toledo is not far off in their misconduct as Detroit. So like I said, born and raised here, and the system is not perfect by any means.
This is truth.
But thank you for your time.
All the details mostly I found out off of social media, content creators doing a deep dive, going to search for things myself, reacting to certain videos, getting in contact with the family to ask questions to get clarity. It wasn't because of the news was concerned or they was asking the right questions, and they didn't even give us the opportunity to officially come together as a community like they were able to do for Kimani Lateef. Shout out to Ohio for that. We didn't get the opportunity to do that. And it's unfortunate because we have had so many roadblocks in between us. Really, at this point, we're all wanting justice for Naziyah. They haven't even found her body, which is crazy to me.
Your time, I appreciate it. Thank you, Miss Parker.
Thank you, sister. Hey, Mel, go ahead.
Hey, Miss Parker, thanks. And greetings to everybody on the panel and to your evangelist as well. I just have a few questions. My questions are just straight questions. I'm not asking for speculations or what the law might be thinking. It's just my questions. And Ms. Parker, I'm not sure if you've already asked these questions, maybe today or last night, but hopefully you can keep them in mind. And so the first question that I want to ask is, when Naziyah and her brother would visit you, was that in Detroit or in Ohio?
Well, both of them would come and visit me, and it was in Highland Park.
I definitely been doing my research too, Auntie Mo. But again, if you want, y'all can send some things to my email. I check my email often enough. We need to take a deep dive and share some things. Everything I'm not going to post about because I don't want nobody coming questioning me about shit. But some things I don't share. I just keep to myself. But I do my deep dives behind the scenes.
I'm sorry, I'm from the South, so I'm not sure where Highland Park is. I apologize.
It's like a little city in the middle of Detroit.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool. So they never really visit you and I forgot his name. I'm sorry, but they never visit you guys in Ohio.
The only person that's been down here to Ohio is Annette, and this was way before all of this transpired.
Okay, all right, perfect. And so each time Naziyah and Navarez visit you, and I forgot the guy's name. Florentino. They visit you. They visit the Highland Park. Is that right?
Say that one more time.
The only time they visited you guys were always in Highland Park. Is that right?
It was always in Highland Park. Yes.
All right, perfect. Now, I just want to ask this question. It may be a little personal, and I apologize, but I'm just basing off, things that I read in the chat, but then just individuals. When you and Florentino got together, do you know rather or not he had already had a sexual experience with a man or a woman?
Well, according to what he told me, he had an experience with another gentleman prior to me.
Oh, okay. So he had already been involved. So it wasn't a situation where he was really trying to find himself, not really knowing.
No.
So when you guys got together, he was not, I would say just like he wasn't a virgin. Is that right? Am I saying that? Yeah, I think I'm saying that
That would be correct.
right. Okay, and then my third and final question, also when it comes to Naziyah and Dolores visiting you and Florentino, and I mean just two young kids, and you know people love who they love, of course we know, but seeing that particular union, I would say, they either have questions about that union, or did they not really know what type of situation it was?
Well, when Tavares got just slightly older, he did have questions about me and Florentino. He did have questions. I knew how far to go in answering them questions because, he's not old enough to know all of the intricate levels of that. But but because these children are smart, I think he knew how to put two and two together. And so, he would always ask, why did me and Florentino break up? And I just said, well, let's just say we agreed to disagree.
Right, I understand that. So getting to like and I'm not really sure the age difference between Navarius and Naziyah, but when they would visit you guys as their former getaway, I would say, would you say he was more around 10?
No, he was younger than that.
Okay. And I was just trying to determine with what he was saying, at what age was he when he began to question his own sexuality?
Oh, well,
whether that
what he said to the group of us that was standing there, he was probably like 13, 14 when he said that.
Now, based off your previous experience with him and Naziyah, and just really being I guess a positive role model in their lives, when he stated that, and just based off, and I don't know you, so I want to make sure that I'm respectful, and I don't want to say the wrong thing, but based off any experience of knowledge that you may have had, because you are like, there's like a decade of experience there. When he stated that, at that moment, did you feel that he may have had an experience that may not have been for him at his age? I hope I'm saying that as respectful as I can.
I don't think that he had any prior experiences. I think maybe a lot of what it was is that he's seen, as you said, the union between me and Florentino.
Y'all, I'll be right back. I gotta take a bathroom break. Excuse me, okay? Just give me a second. It's been 4 hours and 42 minutes. Give me a minute.
Mm-hmm. So if I can ask you this, not being personal, before you complete that, because I want to make sure that I slide something in here so that there's clarity. So based off your choice of who you love, did you have experiences young with any kind of, maybe sex, being introduced to something way before it was time? Or did you just grow up and just knew right off that was your preference?
I've always known. And to answer your question in full transparency, I did have encounters at a very, but it was not based on anybody or forcing something that I didn't want to do.
Okay. Well, I do thank you for your time, and I yield the floor to the madam.
Thank you, Mel, and I appreciate y'all for coming up here. I say this for anybody that comes up. Yeah, this is very emotional, not just for y'all that's asking the evangelist questions, but for me that does the research, just like y'all, and have to ask questions and have to make people comfortable in uncomfortable situations. So for those that don't respect me in that aspect, you know what I'm saying? I always say that maybe I'm just not for you. You get what I'm saying? Because y'all want things to be out there. Y'all want questions to be answered. So y'all have to let people talk, whether we want to hear it or we don't. You know what I'm saying? And you got to be unbiased to get something out of the story that y'all want answers to. You get what I'm saying? So I do want to put that out there. Salute to Brittany Ann. I see you coming here, my sister. Salute to you and appreciate all the work you do. And Shanitra Speaks and co-piece. So Evangelist, real quick, do you think I heard you saying some things. Let me ask you about trafficking. How do you feel about trafficking? Human trafficking?
I think it's wrong.
Do you believe something like this is happening in this situation, or?
I don't believe that. I don't believe that. No.
And you said that Annette doesn't know. So besides Vari, who could be moving her around if she was to be getting moved around? Who would have their hands in it?
Maybe some friends that she's met, I do know that even when I was younger, when I say younger, I mean like 17, 18 years old, there were guys that I ran into off of chat lines who liked it, young people, young guys that were kids that were under the age of 16. And so when they found out that I was over that age, I was well over that age, they dismissed me.
I mean, but then he turned around and go after Florentino in a sense. He was only 18.
And yes, there are some guys that do like.
Dang, that was loud in my ear. Okay.
Young, underage kids. I mean, look at Michael Jackson and R. Kelly. Give them a perfect example that they like the children. So you have people out there like that.
And Sister Prince.
Yes.
You did. So let's talk about Kenneth Greer real quick. What did y'all discuss about what his grandmother would do?
So you did this. Kenneth, you did discuss with me that your ex, he has some stuff going on when he was smaller, that his god grandmother, I think I had it correct, his grandmother or god grandmother, I got question marks by both because I couldn't really hear you last night, but would sell him to his uncle when he was younger.
Yes, she did.
And that's you thought that that's possibly how he kind of got into that mindset of that it was okay to do that. And so basically just tell us a little bit about that experience. And he told you his story, so to make clarity, once you found out, I'm sure that you asked him about, hey, what's this behind, and he told you his story, correct?
Yes. Yeah, he was sold to his uncles by his grandmother for sex. He was. He and it happened so frequently. Even his own mother, who was a crackhead, she would get high and touch him as a child. It wasn't until recent years she ended up getting clean, and she started working, and she married a woman. But back during those times, yes, it was horrific. It was horrific. And I called myself for a minute, was trying to spare him from any more of that type of activity. I even had to get outright one time with the foster grandmother and father. And I told him, I said, this has got to stop. This has got to stop, and it's going to stop on my watch. And the grandfather got mad, and he came over to my house saying that he wished he could have been there when I got outright with his wife, and said he would have shot me. I said, you gonna come over to my house and say something like that? You done lost your mind. Somebody all kind of sunshine up your behind. I say, you stay right here and wait till I get up out of this house and see what I come out of here with. All I heard was that car peeling off as soon as I hit that second step. So yes, I caught myself trying to spare him from that. But I want to say something just really quickly while we're in this.
What y'all thinking so far? So we got some new comments just came in. What y'all thinking so far about what he's got to say? I'm still trying to figure out right now who exactly did he say he was talking about. I was trying not to rewind it. But did anybody catch that? Leave a comment really quick.
Like tomorrow afternoon, because I have a few things that I have to do. So if we could table this or do it to be continued until tomorrow evening.
Yeah, I will. What time is good for you?
I want to say maybe like 7 o'clock.
I can do it at 7. And real quick before you leave, can the name of the pastor in the church? I've seen a lot of people ask about the name of the pastor in the church.
Archbishop Herman Stacy.
Archbishop Herman
Stacy.
And what's the name of the church, love?
Jehovah Shalom Church of God.
Jehovah Shalom Church of God. Okay, we'll do this tomorrow. Thank you so much. I appreciate you so much, Kenneth, even for answering the question, trying to answer what they ask, even if they might didn't get something from you. I appreciate you for allowing them. And talk with Prince, sister. I appreciate you so much, so much. And I'll call you after the show.
Any other questions that any other platform have? Feel free to ask them on tomorrow. Write them down if you must. I will try to answer them as best as I can. But again, I will not give. But remember, I will not give you a made-up answer. I'm gonna give you what I know as facts, and what I can't give you, you got to pray about it.
Well, all right.
Love you all. So we meet again, and God be with you, and you stay beautiful.
Thank you. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. I'm gonna go on and I'm gonna remove you because I don't know if you know how to do it. Sister, what's going on? What's your thoughts?
Honestly,
I got a choice of words, but I'm gonna try to regain my composure because I want to keep it decent. But I'm gonna do another show and I'm going to light some stuff up. Okay, y'all. I'm gonna call y'all out and I'm gonna light some stuff up. Go ahead, sister.
All right, y'all. So I'm gonna end it there. To those of you that was on Miss Parker's live, is it anything else that y'all feel like I should listen to from this point forward now that Kenneth has dropped the chat? You know, if not, we can go on to something else. Betty say it's been avoidance and deflecting and some truth and still admittance of everyone failing Naziyah. You know, he definitely dropped some information that could cause people to change their minds if they are not set on certain things, or just dropping misinformation. Or I'm not taking it as truth at all. I just took my notes so that when the time comes, I'll have something to go back on. You know, that's all we can do. We don't know what he's saying to be factual or not. Do it sound crazy as hell? Yes. Is this case a case that is like one of them cases? Yes. You say what I did get was he wouldn't allow a child to be rude or disrespectful, then say he don't get into one's business, but love the children so much, but don't know any harm was done to them. Now that I do agree with. He did see some things, and he has seen Annette lose her shit on them children. We love our baby girl Naziyah. Justice for Naziyah, of course. She says, y'all, please don't ask this so-called evangelist shit. Say, I think if he knows this much, he needs to talk to DPD. Absolutely. Sassy one says he seems too much like them monsters, them teen monsters. She says, yes. Oh, y'all say I should keep listening. He said, well, you can move on. Y'all had it with this. If this turns and she is alive and see all these women, aunties, grandmothers, women, men and sons, kids going hard for her, we will love her. Yeah. And you know, the reason why I believe some people will entertain this Kenneth is because there is nobody. So to me, that's the proof that we need to prove what happened to her, you know. Yeah. And say he definitely pressed reasonable doubts. Okay. She says, listening to the rest don't give us no info. Okay, it's probably just more so what Miss Parker thoughts and her other host was thinking. Yeah. So y'all remember that somebody mentioned it when I played the video before. On Kenneth's page, it says, seems like a word game. Let's keep making our own assumptions. Yeah. That refrigerator, okay? That refrigerator, somebody brought it up in the comments that was in that video on Kenneth's page. That is a $900, almost $1,000 laboratory refrigerator. I also seen on Brittany Ann's channel that she posted as well about that refrigerator at that birthday party. I'm trying to figure out what the hell does she needs to freeze for 20 below temperatures. You know what I'm saying? So let's look at this video so y'all can see exactly what I'm talking about, and then let's look at the price of it, okay, and things like that, because this not making no sense. Right, Love Angel says she saw that fridge. I seen it too, but it was like, what the hell is it? I know now. I for damn sure know now. And look, I already got it pulled up right here. You can see it right there. You say, yes, it's a fridge for transplant organs. Ooh, Kirsten says, y'all. And it's just smack dead in the middle of the dining room in front of everybody. Like, what the fuck do you got to freeze for negative 20 below degrees? That kind of rhyme. But no, for real. What is she freezing? So y'all see it right here. Right here. Okay. Organ harvesting is real. Look, y'all already know. I'll go down the rabbit hole quick. And we already been speculating that could this have been a trafficking or harvesting situation with Naziyah? Allegedly, my opinion, my thoughts, okay? But could that be a possibility? And would she be that wild to keep body parts right in her living room or dining area? Now, I don't know what she's freezing, but it ain't food. Say you must. Oh, wait a minute. You must not know how traffickers and drug dealers what? Being as though I'm not a human trafficker or drug dealer, I probably don't. I probably fucking don't. That's why we here speculating. Say, y'all, I can't lie, I can't, like, for real. Right. Right. Do it right in plain sight. Sex trafficking, organ harvesting, pedo rings, and all kinds of mess in that house. That's what it's seeming like. And at this point, no, we can't, Kirsten, put nothing past the family. At this point, not them people in that fucking house. He says, when searching Frank, I found an article about a $15 million bust. No drugs found right there in Detroit, 2022. All right, can somebody send me, Auntie Mo, send me that link. Okay, because the one that I found was when he was illegally dumping tires in a Detroit resident backyard or driveway area. That was what I seen. Okay, and he denied it, of course. But yeah. Real House of Horror. Yeah, that was what I seen. So they say Mr. Fadi Hakim, however you say it, got a long record. Okay. He got a long situation going on. My email is ladyisis144 at gmail. So I'm sure most of you already seen this video, but I play it again for the ones in the back.
Hey, who down there? Here, get this to whoever's closest to my room. Tell them to take that to my room. Whoever's the closest. Take it to my room. Who? Yeah, that purse heavy, Shani. You handle that. That purse heavy. I know, right? You stop. You stop. You know what? You all day. All day. It's been heavy for years. She's heavy for years. She had a 4-5 minute. 5 up in there. A 4 and a 5. 1, 2, 3, go. What I used to. Happy birthday to you. Come on, y'all. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Porter. Come on. Happy birthday to you. Now, come on, let's jazz it up a little bit. Because it's your birthday. Because it's your birthday. It's your birthday. Just get on down. Just get on down. It's your birthday. How old are you? Come on. How old are you? You don't say it. I'm 9 years old. You gotta close your eyes, make the wish first, and then you blow your hand. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Ooh. Yeah. Yay. Happy birthday to Porter. How old are you now? 9 years old. Well, he's officially still 8. Actually, Tuesday.
That's a good question, Kaylin. I did not see Naziyah in this video. I have no clue where she was this day. You know, I don't know. Why do we keep going on mute?
Come on.
Daddy, look at the day.
Hey, happy birthday, dog.
Daddy, what's in my shoes, man?
Come on, sweetheart. Say thank you.
Thanks, man.
Y'all come on down this way.
Hey, Z, look at my
Hello. Dale, come on around a little bit. Where's Tears at? Yeah.
Look like he more than just waiting at on the street or the curb to me. He right there. There go Jarvis. Okay, then remember that Frigidaire. Oh, what happened to the sound? Why do they keep doing that? Now I gotta go back. Hold on, y'all.
So what you do? You just come by, fly in, fly out? I thought you were supposed to be part of the family. You gotta stop this.
So she thought he was supposed to be a part of the family. And I think that was Marquita on the wall. I'm not sure. I'm just guessing because it was Marquita's child's birthday. Right? Correct? The one that said, hey to Jarvis. Jarvista. Mm-hmm. Say yes, that was Marquita. Okay. And then that other video where they were driving. This one kind of long, so I'm gonna probably skip through because there wasn't a lot of talking in the middle of the video, but it was some talking in the beginning and towards the end.
Hey, Facebook, family and friends. I know you can't see me right now.
Nope, that ain't it. That ain't the one. Oh, I know.
I'm sitting in my room with the lights off.
It's the one with that this one.
Did you get your ass in the car and sit down? You get it when we get back to the house. Oh, nobody want this damn phone. It's after 7 o'clock anyway. Y'all got to turn these damn phones in.
Shut up, Julia.
Well, she get right back in that same spot she was in before.
Move, Elisha.
Elisha, get back in the same spot you was in. Same spot, same station, same time.
Carl wanted to see over here. Carl, the other person wanted to see over here at the park. So I just let him do it live. See.
That is funny. He definitely do. Yes.
Everybody in the car? Is everybody in their same seats?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Y'all see how they said yes, ma'am, in unison? She got them kids in order.
Got the baby. Okay.
That big sleigh was fun.
Who?
No, not that the big sleigh. That was fun.
The big sleigh.
Slide. That was fun.
Stupid ass bitches. You see people see you trying to come around and they just don't stand there. Just stupid ass motherfucker.
Yep, love angel. That breathing gets on my nerves. Between that and that muffler. And her coughing. Let's see if I can. Because they don't really talk too much at that part. That's how a lot of cars sound in the D, y'all. This ain't nothing new. Loud as fuck. Riding. Loud as fuck. Ain't going nowhere. For real, Rachel.
Stop, Brooklyn. Somebody gonna get their ass whooped.
And what'd he do?
Their ass set on fire.
Oh, what he normally do? Laugh some shit off. He thought the shit was funny. So you ain't never seen or heard nothing, right? Kenneth? Just like you was laughing on Miss Parker, baby, you was laughing when it was in real time in the 5K.
What kind of dumb shit is that? Yeah.
Hey, Brick.
He said, slow down, the police is behind you. This is Grosse Point. He said, slow down, the police behind now.
Okay, I'll go back a little. They ain't did much for her to be talking like that. Now we got to hear this loud ass muffler again. Y'all know how much fear a kid gotta have to be this quiet? Right. And what? I can't get my kids to stop talking. And I won't never shut them up. Nope. Right. Exactly, Sassy. Yep.
What is y'all doing? Talking about some damn stop, Brooklyn. Somebody gonna get their ass whooped. Somebody gonna get their ass set on fire. What kind of dumb shit is that?
Now all Brooklyn said was stop. All the baby said was stop. And she said she's gonna get that they're gonna get their ass whooped and they're gonna set it on fire. She gonna set it on fire. Why so vulgar with the shit that she say? Like verbal abuse is it. Who said that? Miss Erica J. Like why? You know, for unnecessarily verbally abusive. Like what?
Yeah. You said slow down, the police is behind you. This is Grosse Point. She said, slow down, police behind now.
Hey, Tabori. Tambori. Oh, oh. My goodness. Them potholes, they loud in my ear, y'all. Right, Britt Dainty. That's some wicked shit to say. But my mama used to say some wicked shit to us too. Just like that. Nothing was a limit for her. Just evil and wicked. Hmm.
I've been waiting for 5
7:35.
Oh, here's some bitch right here.
Yeah, it's crazy. Talk about an 18-wheeler. And I believe that was pretty much it. They pulled up to look like Annette's house. And let me just show y'all just this one more thing. And we're gonna get up out of here. This has been the time today. The things that he said, crazy. All right. So this is the refrigerator that I was telling you about. The one that is in Annette's home. Okay, USA Lab. This is a Fisher Scientific ISO temp negative 20 degrees lab freezer. Okay. So we know for a fact that this is it because it looks identical. Seemed like she didn't want the kids talking at all, unless they was asking, what do we do next? What do we clean up next? Seemed like she didn't want them kids talking at all. She probably was very irritated with them kids all day. Like you say, my grandma did every other word was a cuss word. Yeah, that's what made me make the switch. I ain't gonna say I don't yell at my kids, and I don't say, you know, not the so harsh cuss words to my kids, but you know, it's never out of hate. It's never out of just pure rage and irritation and frustration. You know, you got to mind your words because verbal abuse is a real thing. Okay. Got to mind our words. Click on it to make it bigger. Okay. Yeah. I'm trying to see. It had a zoom on here. I don't know why it ain't let me zoom in. Hold on. Let me exit back out. Oh, okay. Here we go. This is a zoom. But I guess this is as clear as it get on this particular website. And I guess on this laptop that I'm using right now, I'm not on my other computer streaming. So that could be it too. But you guys can also go and Google that, okay? Because you see it's $937 used. So I don't even know what it is brand new. But this is it. Is it frozen? Do you guys see it? Because I'm on a whole nother page. Let me stop sharing it and then I'll come back because that wasn't even the screen that I was on. So hold on. Unless I'm picking the wrong one. I think I might be picking the wrong one. Still coming to that one. Okay, here we go. I think it's going to go to the next page. Maybe. Oh, it opened up a new tab. I see. All right. Hold on, y'all. That's what happened. It went to a new tab. So I got to go to that tab. So hold on. ISO refrigerator. Nope, this one. Here we go. All right. See, can you see it here? This look exactly like the one she had in her dining room. Can y'all see that? It might be a little blurry. My apologies, but you can still grasp what it is. Auntie Mo, thank you so much. I'll be communicating with you in my email. Okay. So we know that this is it. Okay. I guess it says it was $12.49, so it could go up to like $12.50 maybe. Okay. Look, we got 2, 3, 4. So yes, this Fisher Scientific ISO -20 lab freezer is a reliable and efficient solution for preserving biological samples, pharmaceuticals, and other sensitive materials requiring sub-zero temperatures. Engineered for optimal temperature stability and consistent performance. This laboratory freezer features a spacious interior, adjustable shelving, and intuitive controls for easy operation. Its energy efficient design not only minimizes operational cost, but also ensures minimal environmental impact. With advanced insulation and high quality refrigeration technology, the ISO temp -20 lab freezer maintains a uniform temperature throughout, providing peace of mind that your valuable samples are stored safely. Whether in a research lab, clinical setting, or industrial environment, this freezer is an essential tool for a scientific operation requiring dependable cold storage. That is what it's saying. Okay. What the hell she need to freeze like that? I don't know. Do she cater food? I don't even see what a regular ass deep freezer is good enough to freeze food. Like what? My grandmother is a cook. She sell dinners and everything. My grandma always have at least 2 deep freezers, 3 refrigerators, all that. Never had chains. Okay, they dysfunctional in their own ways, but it definitely wasn't that. But my grandma's, I've never seen somebody have a laboratory fridge in their house. Like, for what? Hey, Q, thank you for the super sticker. She said, SD, I enjoyed you and the lovely ladies in the chat today. Have a great week. Same to you. Very blissful, peaceful, loving week. Okay. But yeah, y'all, this is it. This is it. More money into that than the vehicle she drives the children in. She is crazy. Yep. Say so someone in that home ill and needs specific medication. It requires her to have a whole laboratory fridge. That's interesting. You can tell it's taking up a lot of space. You say it's way more expensive than a regular refrigerator, and no way I'll buy one used because who knows what's kept in it. Right. So she says, I think Naziyah is no longer with us. If the twins know something, then grandma knows something. But I think Jarvis probably put her in a dumpster or she'll never be found. So many different thoughts come to mind. Say Annette probably got the freezer from cracker. Good Lord. I don't even think you could store food in those unless you bought it brand new. It's just strange. Like Carla said, it's strange. Just strange. And we just observing where we see it and we talk about it. When involved in stuff you can't floss like you got it, they are investigating in property. So that's it, y'all. I'm gonna get ready to get up off here. It's been about 5.5 hours. Your girl tired. I need to go eat. I need to go do all the things. So y'all enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Okay. Have a blessed, beautiful rest of your day, rest of your week. I was supposed to go live again later on tonight. I don't know. I might not. I might just come back tomorrow. Okay. So you guys, I will see you later. Thanks for joining. Also, thanks for all the donations. The Cash App, I seen the Cash App going off. Thank y'all so much for all that donated. All the likes, subscribes, sticking around on this beautiful Sunday. Thank you, Latanya. Soar, see you later. Miss Coco G, see you. Love Angel, Auntie Mo. Miss Erica J, she says, great show. Stay blissful, y'all. And pay attention to your thoughts. Like I always say, you create your reality. You are in control. You're the main character. Be great. Be free. Okay? See y'all. And don't forget to check them links, y'all. Check the links in the description. Click them. Check them out. If you want to join the detective gang, become a sister, become a what's the other tiers? Y'all got to go look because I done forgot them now. Okay, a commander, a chief. Go ahead and become a member. Join the tribe. Join the mob. Okay, that's it. That's all, y'all. Have a good one.